All right. I fixed it. I'm gonna be honest what happened. Welcome everyone back to the office hours. I'm gonna actually delete that other one real quick. I had to change something. So I have been working on this hour-long Hurston video for like a month now. And
you can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Hi _prince _ just resubscribed for 13 months. Howdy.
13 months. Thank you so much to the High Prince of Dragoon. You're very important, Pepper. Very impressive, Mr. Very new pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right. So, I've been working on this this video for legitimately and thank you Shinobi for that 32 months of support. It's the month of Paladins. I think it is. I do think it is. We'll see though. It's a little weird because it's still in Lot 0. But this video has been up my ass for a while and I've been trying to record it. And so I've been leaving the computer on because I've been like recording it, editing the audio, recording it, editing the audio. I'm about halfway there. I am living on a prayer, but I've been like, I'm like leave the computer on because when I get up in the morning, it'll be easier for me to have it on so I can come in and I can just record it. And I always forget to do that. So I actually need to do this. Come on. You can't expect me to read the monthly report myself. I know. I broke the Redeemer. I will take that. Yeah. I will take that cross. I will bear that cross for you. Now, I'm going to start off with a controversial one. We're going to take a look at some news. By the way, this is lore news and more. Office hours. All right. So, on my Reddit, on my Discord, you should be there anyways. I have a bunch of things. I have the official Star Citizen news from Ulf themselves. I've got the Reddit bot that pulls a lot of the stuff you see on the official news. And I also have the Star Citizen tracker, which basically posts every time changes are made or people talk. And the big one that happened recently was Yogi. So we're going to look at this. We're going to talk a little bit about this. We talked about it during the subathon last weekend, but I wanted to make sure we had a chance to look at this because I think I have opinions on this. So we're going to do 2 capsules today. This isn't one of them, but so there's a lot of little news that's important. But coming soon, select group gameplay testing. We're excited to announce the launch of our new program for select group gameplay testing. These tests are designed to gather rapid, focused feedback on critical game systems through highly focused short burst sessions. How it works. The select group gameplay testing will operate on an invitation-only basis, bringing together small, carefully selected groups of players based on the player activity for targeted testing under NDA. Unlike our standard PTU waves, these tests will focus on specific systems or mechanics that require immediate concentrated feedback during active development. Tests will launch at irregular intervals based on development needs with short notice periods. Test duration may vary depending on the scope and requirements of each system being evaluated. All participants must sign and acknowledge an NDA in terms before getting build access. This is basically what they used to do with the PTUs. This is how the PTUs used to be. You just had to be on like the chat roll, and they'd be like, "Who wants access?" And you just be like, "Me?" And they'd be like, "Sure." Boom. That's how I got it. And that's how I ended up becoming a regular PTU tester, because I just happened to be on the chat roll whenever they're like, "We need someone to test." Feedback process. All feedback of these tests will be submitted directly to us via email only. Email will be provided as part of the test invitations. For these tests, we will not allow forum posts, Spectrum discussions, issue council reports, or external discussions about test content. Participants will receive a comprehensive survey following each test session to capture their experience and observations. Selected citizens will receive invitations via email as NDA agreement to sign. Keep an eye out for your communications. Thank you for testing along with us, player experience team. You didn't have to sign an NDA though. All right. So someone said, "What's the difference between this and Evocati testers?" And Yogi weighed in. I've got words for Yogi. I like Yogi. I think Yogi's a fantastic guy. But the more I've looked at this, the more I'm like, Yogi, I think, needs to face reality and is refusing to face reality. There's something, I think Yogi is living in denial, and he's too close to the problem and doesn't see the problem. Which I'm not doing this as an attack on Yogi. What I'm going to say, this is not a personal attack on him. This is more of an observation from somebody who's worked in corporate environments before and has seen the problems that people have talked about with the stuff that Yogi wants to change with flight experience stuff. And it seems like almost all of them are the same problem. They all recognize the same problem and have like similar or the same solution to the problem that I know Yogi knows about and has refused to implement. So we'll talk about that here in a moment, but because there's actually some controversy that's happened here. Hey, SGGT, I've been calling it Sergeant, is pretty different from Evocati. I think of it more like playtest labs other than studios run. That's other studios run. The idea isn't open feedback like we usually do on Spectrum threads. Spectrum is great for getting a feel for overall community sentiment. But when it comes to more divisible features and, let's say, the somewhat challenging dynamic of public interest discourse, we can't always rely on it with full confidence. So basically what Yogi's saying right there is they can't rely on people giving honest feedback when there is an incentive for large groups of the community or outside of the community to come into the community and spread FUD. Oh, we're gonna get to that one, Sandgroper. That's part of this, but I wanted to give you some like backstory of this one. That's where Sergeant comes in. The goal is to make sure that the feedback both solid and protected from bias and social engineering, so we can ultimately make a better design decisions. Sergeant runs narrow, targeted gameplay tests with carefully selected groups of players. These groups can be very specific, such as PvP pirates, lone PvE pilots, or cargo haulers, or space moms/dads. Because we define groups, their composition size, we can easily run A/B comparisons or compare results between different playstyles. E.g., we can test the first-time players, how effective our tutorials are, or check if a change on a weapon system is accepted by both PvE and PvP pilots. Coupled with an NDA that gives us much higher confidence in the feedback specifically for divisive features. A test usually only runs for a few days. Once it's done, access gets revoked, surveys or whatever format we're using go out. And then maybe a new batch of players comes in. There won't be a priority system of our application process because the groups are defined by the test itself. So in all, it's really a very different type of testing compared to Evocati. Sergeant and Evocati players might overlap at times, but it's entirely dependent on the test itself. I hope that clears up the difference. Cheers. All right. So this was announced over the weekend. This was posted by Waka on September 22nd, which was, well, last Wednesday. So it's been out for about a week or so. Recently, they released their first Sergeant group. I say Sergeant because I'm not going to say SGGT because that's fucking stupid. Just call it Sergeant. their first group test. They removed the response? They removed the response. Holy shit. All right, I'm going to actually pull up the... Oh, it's not, because it wasn't... Yogi posted this on a Discord. So, Yogi_CIG. My guess this is Mike's Discord, because all the devs hang out in my Discord. All the cool devs hang out in my Discord, though. So, you know, if you're hanging out in my Discord, you're cool. Because you're in the know. So, okay, Parker. Listen, getting into my Discord now means you're here before it explodes. So when I eventually somehow miraculously become a bigger content creator on the internet, you can say you were here before I sold out. This was in Shadow Moses? Okay. We are as transparent as the game dev could possibly be. The community gets weekly videos about progress. We put out monthly reports and our devs are discussing with the community. So everyone's shitting on the weekly videos, but let's be honest. You would see nothing in the weekly videos. People complain about the weekly videos when CIG would release weekly videos and like half of them were fluff because they just didn't have anything good to say. Now they're only releasing like ship trailers and like patch overviews like twice up. So basically 2 videos a month rather than once every week. People like getting fucked up because Yogi said weekly videos. Yogi doesn't pay attention to that shit. He's only thinking about like what they used to do. I haven't played tonight's Evocati patch, but we'll talk about some of that stuff. Yeah. He also edited this comment to reward it. Yeah. But I mean, this is here. You can't run away from it. And I understand his concept though. It does not mean that the general public should see anything. In my case, I do not want public testing for the simple reason that we need unbiased opinions as the flight model development is always causing drama one way or the other. Public feedback isn't always usable, whereas private EA experimental modes for master modes were running really good and produced good usable feedback. It was the opposite of the public release. A very large part of the feedback was given by people who had no actual playtime but inflated the threads. That decreased the signal to noise ratio, produced more work for our peeps to skim and double check everything. So frankly, it's not necessarily the right format for that kind of feature. All right, so here's the issue. I'm thinking Yogi's getting a little defensive with this. Master Modes was his idea, and universally everybody disliked it. Because people constantly ask me about it. I'm like, I don't know, man. I just like, my take on Master Modes is the same take I've had forever, which is Master Mode seems like a weird thing to add when we do not have the full model yet. Because this is not like a flight model is a unique thing. The flight model comes with the damage model, comes with engineering. And the, whatever the fuck it's called, the thing with the stuff, the control surfaces. So all of those things are packaged in the flight experience. So I think the problem is that Yogi's looking at this as flight model when he should be looking at the whole damn thing as the flight experience. Because missing, we only have a fourth of the entire experience that's going to affect the average player. So even when they did Master Modes at the time, I'm like, this seems like you're testing, you're like, hey, how does this car run? And it's missing like the panels and the air conditioning it's just sort of like a frame with an engine, and like your wheels made out of wood, like, and you're like, hey, how is this sports car? It's like, I don't fucking know. I guess it's fine. Oh yeah. No, that's what I'm gonna say. I should have gotten that ahead of time. I've done this. I knew this because it was talked about it. Basically, their first playtest went out, and when it came out, people broke NDA instantly. People were releasing stuff instantly about it, and so they got mad about it because people were breaking NDA. And I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Feel free to clip this and put this anywhere for CIG. This is me talking directly to any CIG manager that's working. I have been in this community for a decade, more than a decade, but I've been actively making content in the community for a decade. I know I'm seen as like the lore guy and just yakety yak talk about Star Citizen, but I've been in touch with the community for a while. And here's the thing you have to understand. If you give people exclusive content, they will tell others what they experienced. That's just how this community works. Hell, your own fucking company leaks like a goddamn sieve. So many employees and former employees, content creators, all the time. I've talked with friends in the community who do content, and a lot of us know stuff we're not supposed to about the company, and have just chosen not to say anything because it's like, this doesn't sound like a good idea to talk about. It's just only a matter of time before one of them contacts somebody who really can do some damage to CIG, and suddenly you're getting, laid off or other shit's gonna happen. So it's gonna happen. You're gonna experience that. You can't you can NDA it, but you have to assume people will talk. And yeah, you can blacklist and you can whittle it down, and eventually it might work, but you're not going to have a closed experience for the first 6 or 7 tests you run. You have a community, a culture that leaking is very, very popular. Yeah, you unless you actually start putting teeth behind breaking NDA and actually investigating who is breaking NDA, or start firing employees who are violating their own NDAs, because they do it all the damn time, then you're going to have this situation. That's it. Leaks are a great way to build hype. It's guerrilla marketing. Yeah, no, it is. But at the same time, Yogi doesn't want leaks. Yogi wants everything to be quiet so that he can make changes without him or his team being influenced by the screeching of the public, which just isn't going to happen. Not in a game like Star Citizen. Imagine boosting in space and flying in an egg of speed limits. Battle Boom, there's 2 reasons for that. Battle Boom. First of all, Star Citizen isn't realistic. So if you're already commenting on a concept of realism in a game that isn't realistic. So it's whatever the fuck reality CIG wants, as long as it's consistent. But if no, it's a fucking video game. There are tree people piloting crab ships, bird people doing space dogfighting in the 30th century. So like the problem is that you have to come at where Star Citizen is trying to come at you with. And the reality is that Star Citizen is not DCS in space. Assuming that Star Citizen, because Star Citizen isn't doing like full Newtonian physics, doesn't mean that they aren't using physics. Babble. Also, Jesus Christ. I remember when Chris Roberts talked about physics. Do you want a cane, Babble? How's the old folks home treating you? Because that was fucking a long time ago, my brother. The point is it fun? That's really the point. And that's what CIG's at this point. Is it fun and does it feel good? That's it. Yeah, and as people are pointing out, it's what's really stupid is that they broke NDA for shit we already knew. And CR is a physics programmer. The reason why they're restricting speeds is because they want dogfighting and they want close-in dogfighting. It's specifically designed for people to be up close and personal. HG Vertigo has a great way of putting this. It's like they didn't put fuck tons of time and energy into making those ships look as good as they do, to make it so that you're fighting ships at like little tiny pixels on a screen. They're going to be up close and fighting, up close and personal, and they have to thus restrict speeds in order for that to happen. Yeah, World War II dogfighting. Now, the problem comes down to this, and I'll talk about this. Well, let's finish reading this. But this is the reason why Yogi's posting this, is because he's mad that people were breaking NDA, which was stupid because they broke NDA for stuff we already knew, but that stuff happens all the time. Like, watch how many people will be super surprised that the Paladin is coming out. Like, someone's going to do a big leak expose about the Paladin being released, and it's like, yeah. Monthly reports, guys. Just decrease the attack range, right? But that's not fun. It's not fun to have all fights be knife fights. So you still need range, but you also want that range gameplay to have a specific niche. There's a paladin? Yes. I can't think of a famous paladin's name, but yes. They're here. Save the day. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's continue reading this. I've already been kind of brain shit spattered. Do the people of Levski still use UEC in lore? Yeah, sure. I'm sure they have their own script or their own currency, but yeah, well, why wouldn't they use UEC? It's like saying, do companies or do people in other countries use other currencies? Yeah, they do, depending on where you are. The Lightbringer, yeah, Lancelot. All right, let's finish this up. We don't need 10,000 players to tell us that it was right or wrong. 20 or 30 would pretty much give us the same result. At the same time, we can place more trust in it because players will be less biased and more prone to actually speak their mind without getting influenced or even bullied by other players. Hence why full transparency, specifically for testing, is not necessarily the best choice for succeeding. While I understand his concept, it's a focus group. What Yogi wants is a focus group. And as somebody who professionally has done focus groups, I get what he's trying to do. but he's presenting it in the wrong way. You want bias in focus groups. You want to understand the bias in the focus groups. In fact, you're looking for specific people to fill those focus groups out because they're your customers. Those are your potential customers. But yeah, but the thing is that you're not unbiased in a focus group. I thought people moved from fiat money to BTC. It's even worse than that, First Tasty. It's fiat BTC. I get what they're trying to do, but the fact, and they even said it, like space dads, pirates, PV, like they don't give a fuck about bias. What they're caring about is specific bias testing. They're looking to see what this group of people whom they've already put into a bucket as space dad will play the game as and see if they gets it. He wants personal opinions, not people brigading. Yes, but there are other ways you could do that as well. Yeah, before I actually worked in marketing, there was only one focus group I was ever chosen for, and it was specifically for Maxis. It was for people who played The Sims, and it was all boys. We were all teenagers, so I was like 16 at the time. So Sims 2 had been out for a bit, and they were talking about The Sims, and they were asking, like, you know, what do you want from The Sims? And like all of us were talking about, like, hey, yeah, GTA stuff, like more open world, free roam stuff. Like we all talked. We're all very open about that. I'm like, yeah, no. Like GTA is doing a free roam a thing, you know, violence, yeah, but like, if you want us to like actually know what we want, give us more freedom to explore. And then right after that, they let us play the not released yet, but almost done Sims 2 for the PS2. Are people upset with the new flight model already? I haven't looked into the reactions yet. You won't see reactions because anyone who's played the new flight model is under NDA. They don't have to be as complicated DCS or MS physics to get more dynamic, realistic, not only realistic, just more natural ship movement and movement limitations. Right now, ships bounce around like cartoon physics. What are you talking about, Raptor Man? You have to be more specific on that, because you don't have instant like change of momentum in space. Yeah, the new flight model isn't even a secret. It's the exact, everything leaked was exactly what Yogi said the past year or two. Ironically, people getting mad about the egg shape are the same people whom Yogi specifically wanted to cut out of the equation because he felt that was too much noise. Now, this is where I go specifically with Yogi, and I don't want to be like mean to Yogi. Yogi's a fucking adult; he can handle any critical feedback. Have a head egg shape? No, so like the movement bubble is egg shaped. The reality is that most people don't care that much about the flight model. Yes, there are people who are super invested in it. People who will like absolutely ride or die for a specific flight model. I've been here since 0.8. Everyone has their favorite flight model version. And it's always the first one they ever encountered. And every time it changes, it's like, it's gotten worse. But like, it's not. The fact of the matter is that it's been 13 fucking years since this game has been like funded. 9 or 10 years since it first started releasing into Arena Commander. Of all that time, we know. Oh, not everyone hated Master Modes. People just didn't like it as much. But we know what actually needs to happen. What needs to happen specifically is for ships that are multi-crew, the turrets, to be broken. They need to be able to fire projectiles faster than lighter ships. They need to have some sort of curving or some sort of auto aim to be able to hit ships at a distance. And you also need to deal with jerk. Yeah, the egg-shaped stuff has been around since CitizenCon LA, I want to say. Master Modes isn't going away. You guys are talking like it's going away. It's not. It's not. It's just the most contentious part of Master Modes, which is the switching from flight mode to SCM mode, is gone. Nav mode to SCM is gone. There is no Nav mode and SCM mode. There is simply quantum mode and regular mode. Sure, it needs to be aimbots. Yeah, the quantum boost is there, but it's like quantum mode itself is quantum boost and quantum travel. If they're changing flight mode in Star Citizen, does that mean they'll be changing for Squadron 42 as well? No. No. Here's the reality, chat. No matter what, Squadron 42 is always going to have a different flight mode than Star Citizen. That's just going to be the thing. They won't have the same flight model. It will be impossible to match those together. I just want a quantum without a target. That's quantum boost. This model in testing is probably already in Squadron. Yeah, and if they're releasing in 2026, they don't have time to implement a brand new model and test it and, you know, all that sort of thing. It's a single player, who cares? People will get mad because like they go from Squadron to Star Citizen and they won't like the changes, but it's like, who gives a shit? That happens all the time in games when they go from single player to multiplayer. They'll change like controls and movements and stuff like that. It's just a matter of like Destiny, for instance, is famously, people shat on Destiny because Destiny basically had two different combat modes. You have the multiplayer mode and then you have the like open world mode. Didn't they say the Master Mode was going to be a major, the final major change to the flight model? Fucking when? Years ago? 3-4 years ago? Yeah. And then they changed it again. Just like Elder Scrolls from single player to MMO. Yeah. It's going to happen. Yogi stated they'll keep tweaking until CR is happy. Yeah, but they're not gonna delay Squadron into because they're tweaking master modes or tweaking release modes. I literally just talked about that, Chops. That's literally what we're talking about. But yeah, no, when we had cruise mode, yeah, I remember. As I've always said, my biggest feedback, my direct feedback to Yogi is people are more mad about combat than they are about the flight. The flight, that was the other thing. The thing that everyone has said, and I think is universally true, is that people want flight maneuvering to fucking matter. Because right now, gunnery is the only skill that matters. Being able to outfly your opponent could be a thing that you can do. To be able to manage your oh gosh, I am bad at this one because I don't do a ton of this, and it's mostly just me watching shit like dog fights to learn a lot about this stuff. Oh fuck, what is it called? I guess it's called airspeed, but not really. It's not really the same thing as airspeed. You don't have airspeed in space. It's like momentum sort of thing. Energy, your energy. Managing your energy and learning when to position properly to tackle. Yeah, inertia, that kind of stuff. Like, there needs to be more ways where your movement is important. Effectively, it can't be first-person shooter, because first-person shooters are a different type of combat from space. If you wanted a first-person shooter, but in space, you have descent. It needs to be similar to how planes fly in reality. Spaceship. But that's not reality in space, so you need to kind of make some of that stuff, you know?
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
SGT Perry just resubscribed for 3 months. Love your shows.
Thank you so much for that 3 months of support there, Sergeant Perry. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed. You're very impressed. This is your fault.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
Don't confuse.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
G Sharp just resubscribed for 79 months.
Thank you for that 79 months of support there, G Sharp. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking out. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. An assault mech that can outrun a locust in a straight line with 2 blazers, and it's gone. Damn. So yeah, fix multi-crew guns to basically like buff the shit out of them, make them really good. Oh, fuck.
Not yet Forsaken just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much for that. For those 5 subs there. Not yet Forsaken. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. You spend 5 minutes, you spend minutes or hours a week basically finger dancing. This stuff makes you hard to watch. Then don't watch me, Kelmar. There's nothing. I'm not holding a gun to your head to say you have to watch. If you can't watch, plenty of other folks who you can watch. Fantastic content creators.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
It's part of my brand. It's always been part of my brand.
You can take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Shogi_HR just resubscribed for 16 months. Cloud. Visit Horizon, the city in the cloud. Tree_San just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much for Tree for those gifting those 5 subs. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Professor. Very new pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat shots. God damn it, First AC just trolling people. Listen, like, there are specific shows that I do without any of the finger dancing. That's Captain's Table, by Capsules.
Lord Kelma just got a sub from the First Tasty. The First Tasty gifted a tier 1 sub to Lord Kelma. They have given 53 gift subs in the channel.
Thanks so much for gifting those subs. Do I get a finder's fees for all these spite subs? Man. How long have you been part of this community, Lord Kalmar? Because you gotta understand, this is how they've been forever.
I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Shinobi_Trip_ just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for gifting 5 subs there, Shinobi. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat. Shots and cheers.
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Aimless just got a sub from Shempasta. Shempasta gifted a tier 1 sub to Aimless.
You're all very
They have
important.
given 321 gift subs in the channel.
You're all very important, Papa. It's very impressive. This is very pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers to chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. God damn it. Listen, Kalmar, you gotta understand. Execute was on the show on this show last week, and the same fucking thing happened.
Shogi_HR just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much for gifting those 5 subs there, show. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Rainy Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. How people know you as the lore guy and not the dancing citizen, I'll never know. Because my lore videos get far more views than any of the thing I do non-lore. And yet this keeps happening outside the monthly pubathon. That's fine. For what he's getting paid, man, it's not a lot. I get paid more to teach. How much to commission a lore video? Like on something that's not Star Citizen related, or like for like a lore for like an organization or something? I've thought about that in the past. What do you think of the EPTU update? I haven't seen it. I don't know really what was released.
Cody Fox 00 just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much for Cody Fox for that. For gifting those 5 subs. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Running Pedestrian. Rock shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. No, so the salvage thing was all right, y'all. It's been like 6 years. We always knew that salvage was eventually going to have to go to refinery. Like that, they always talked about it, ever since the release of the Expanse, the first sale of the Expanse, because they said specifically the Expanse can refine ore or salvage, and that was before the salvage was even released. Like salvage gameplay was even out. So like honestly, I was more surprised that when salvage gameplay came out, it wasn't part of the refinery loop. So we have a different EPTU. We actually have EPTU now, and not just because we also have Evocati. Is it real changes? So now you actually have to go to a refinery and drop your load off at the refinery, and it has to be refined into material. It's more than just refining. They changed timing, amount, resources made soon, and other changes to make the ships more unique. So basically they did the thing that they've always had to do, which was like, you're not refining goo, you're refining, you're like salvaging like 10% nickel, 5% aluminum, 20% iron, that kind of thing. Expanse button, yeah. All right, let's look at the notes. Oh, sorry, it's Evo. Okay. Remember, CIG specifically changed it to EPTU to be something different. All right, I'm gonna have to see if I can't find the. Oh, it's probably in the Star Citizen. The wiki. Where are you? There we go. Our Star Citizen. Trying to see if I can find the patch notes. Donkey. All right, so structural salvage updates. Reclaimer, quantity over quality, fast structural salvage processing designed to large-scale operations. Vulture, the lone wolf, balanced to middle ground to serve as a reference point for all of the ships. Field generation system. Increases range. Fields have an increased by 60 meters from where they were before. Ship-specific fields. Each ship now generates different sized fields, matching their visual design. Reposition sweet spots. Alignment sweet spots have moved from dead center ship to appropriate positions. Fracture time rebalancing. 5 times the speed differential. Massive performance gap between the fastest and slowest ships. Conversion rate system. SCU per cubic meter optimized varies by ship. Current live rankings. Reclaimer best available. Field alignment suite. What is the field alignment shit they're talking about? Okay. Sweet spot overhaul, massive multiplayer buff. Reclaimer 7 times speed multiplayer when properly aligned. Additional yield multipliers are also improved for aligned positioning. Visibility and mechanisms. Sweet spots plus or minus percentages on debris pieces, easier with the tractor beams, ships, but possible through flight positioning. So you now have to like line yourself up properly to do the break-in when you're doing the disintegration. I didn't know that there was actually mode. I haven't done any salvage really. The claw's dead, man. Claw is dead as fuck. The claw is gone. It is now the straw. The plus or minus in the yield. Okay. So like depending on how well you line up the space vibes, your giant space Hitachi, to vibrate the pieces into Thanos snapped goo. It will determine how much yield you get. Refinery integration. All refinery decks can process these materials. Same end product. All materials refined into construction material. Workflow. Raw materials. Station in inventory via freight elevator. Refinery processing. Time design. Small ships still get quick turnaround. Large ships have extended processing but higher profits. Though now it's not good, but powder. They don't snort it. Chunks and scrap. The goo. Not goo, but powder, yeah. There are piece sizes now. You gotta line up the space chakras, man. I'm just imagining that every time you do hull munching, it's actually just like a gigantic, you're just extending a gigantic Hitachi wand towards the target, and then it's just going until it breaks up. You gotta hit the right sweet spot, man. You gotta really go for broke with that sweet spot. Yeah, it's the beam, the Hitachi beam. I'm calling them Hitachi beams from now on. It's the space. It's the future. We don't need physical locations to vibrate like hell. Strategic implications. Solo players use small ships for immediate gratifications and quick profits. Group operations use Reclaimer for high volume operations with delayed but substantial payouts. Mixed operations, on-site salvage production with dedicated transport ships for raw resources. Economic balance, incomplete for this Evocati build. Crew compensation, Reclaimer profits designed to support full crew payments. Session-based versus delayed. Small ship profits available immediately. Large ship profits require waiting periods. I don't know how they're going to do that, because you can like pull them out, right? You can pull the like material out into boxes and then send them down an elevator to go. So how do you know the difference between them? By Jove, This asteroid seems to have exploded all over our windshield, Captain. Do you think we'll get more beam weapons like the Idris has? Yes. 100% yes. Fuck, we're gonna get some fucking chemical weapons at some point. You'll be able to like have ship weapons that just fire acid at things. Or like biofluid or shit like that. And now I want to name my reclaimer the Symbian. So I wonder if this means salvage can now use the mining bags instead of pulling out boxes. They can still pull out boxes. Volume versus efficiency, trade-off between processing speed and total yield. Future integration, crafting system, stepping stone design. Current system is not a placeholder, but a foundation for post-crafting implementation. When crafting arrives, ships will produce the actual material they're built out of. Refinery processing times and quantity retention mechanics will remain consistent. Quality systems. Chunks will retain material quality better than powder, affecting refining times. Okay. Additional gameplay updates. Balanced for FPS tractor beams for snappier movement, faster rotations, and longer break times. Updated sweep and clear missions to only display mission locations in player's local planetary system. But everything is now needed to be refined at stations. Can the system identify the boxes? Apparently. What are these changes protecting? Everything I just said? Next patch. 432. Not the crafting stuff, but everything up to that. This is the base of the thank you, Alpha 432. So the next patch. When you aim a tractor beam in a box, it tells you what's in it. Yeah, they always do that. Or if you scan it with a scanner, it'll tell you what's in it. All right, let's look at some of these other leaks. All right, data mine, Spearhead S1 and Agitator size 2 ground-to-air missiles. Ah, we're getting Patriots. Or what's the other one? The S4000 or the other 400, the other shit ones. Exclusively equipped by ground vehicles. Descriptions imply they're tuned for speedy aircraft, both available in EM, CS, and IR. Bed gel recharge station. Palantino heavy armor. Elegant design meets innovation with the Palantino armor from Quirinus Tech. This armor set masterfully mixes reinforced plating with patented new materials that are lightweight and flexible, yet rated to withstand heavy damage, allowing the wearer to be fashionable, light on their feet, and able to withstand serious firepower. Where is this? Where is it? A very specific leaks Discord that I'm not allowed to share. I want non-lethal FPS weapons. We all want preacher armaments, all right? I want to have God's own gun company in my pants. I wonder if the unannounced ships is for salvage. Yeah, no, we know that one of them is going to be for salvage. Place. We knew that there's an RSI salvage ship that's coming that is the Golem, but for salvage. That's not going to come out in, I don't think it's going to be coming out in CitizenCon, but it'll definitely be an IAE ship. No, I'm saying there's a religion in my pants. And it's used specifically to render you unconscious so I can take you in and make money off of selling you to the state. Just like all good religions. I don't even know what that fucking means. Is it designed by John Moses Browning? It might as well be. Preacher Armaments actually makes ship weapons right now, but most of the less than lethal weapons that are in the universe are made by Preacher. They make like tasers and other things like that. Don't sell to the state. Give to Pyro Star. Give it to the Pyro God, the Sun God. Pipeline is no. You can find it on Pipeline, but this is not from Pipeline. This is from another one. New locations: Frontier Fighters hideouts. Bunch of generic security posts added throughout Pyro and Stanton. New factions: Dead Saints, led by Ticia Twitch Pacheco. Yeah, we're getting Twitch back. We get the Otoni Syndicate coming in with their own little side piece, which is Dead Saints. Nice. They may have changed the lore for her because they never officially released the fact that she was part of the Otoni Syndicate. FTL Courier. That makes sense. Hawkrow Agency. Intersect Defense Solutions. New characters. Captain Marshall, or Martel. Yeah, Martel. Captain Martel. People's Alliance. And Gabe Windell. People's Alliance. Nyx, baby. Nyx. For info, Taser is a company. Other companies make EW. Oh yeah, now Taser is a brand name. It's like Dumpster. Hello, you're on Car Talk with Martalk. Want to fight me still? No, I don't think Nyx is coming in this year. I think it's coming in next year. But I think it's more than just like at some point next year. I think it's coming in early next year. But I don't think we're going to see Nyx this year. Frontier Fighters finale. All right, let me do my lore stuff. All right, hold on. I got better. Let me pull this up real quick. Hello, my name is Paul Shelley, and welcome to the Astro Historian. This is a channel dedicated to explaining and exploring the lore of sci-fi and space universes and discussing their impact. Today, we'll be talking about the final stand of the Frontier Fighters. CFP versus Headhunters. Theme where players complete on a global weekly leaderboards to complete Frontier Fighters related missions in service of one of the two factions. Missions are given throughout 3 phases, which include Phase 1, data pad recovery missions from both dead bodies and living NPCs. Phase 2, med gel sabotage, destroy medical recharge stations, and ship ambush. And Phase 3, hunt the players 2. Question, with the sale of EA to a private equity firm, odds are good that they start selling off old IPs. Wing Commander IP could come up for sale cheap. Oh, Chris will buy it. Chris will buy it. With Star Citizen money. Like several $1 million are going to EA for Wing Commander. I mean, Chris can then just do Wing Commander if he wants to at some point. I don't think it's too late for him to try to like shoehorn that in, but I do think that him getting Wing Commander back, he will do like do a remake of Wing Commander 1 in the Star Engine or something like that. Yeah, they could. Star Commander? No, just use the they can start using Wing Commander references as well. Oh yeah, they could do it in an in-game arcade game. They could have Wing Commander as an in-game arcade game.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space
Wing
lasers.
Commander Soul Singer.
But
Well, they could also buy Crusader No Remorse.
Ever take away
That
my
was
space game.
That was the other one. Oh, wait. Yeah, Tony's good.
Citizen Kilroy just resubscribed for 44 months. Here comes the LEVSKI show.
Thank you there. Who was that? Citizen? Citizen Kilroy for that 44 months of support. You're very important, pub. You're very impressive. You're very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Here comes the Levski show. Listen, I want to go home. Levski is my second home. My main home is Berea. I'm not going to Berea anytime soon. So until Berea comes out, Levski is where I live. And I know many of you, it is your home too. You know, I do. Yeah, I think the back end is what's holding Nick's back. It's nothing else. We would always rush there to buy our brown coats. You see someone 3D printed a Zeus helmet? I wouldn't be. That's not surprising. You can get the files. There's a large modeling community that takes Star Citizen files and then repackages them into printable formats and other things like that. Space Road, take me home. Hold on, let me get a. Here we go. Here's a cover of it. You'll get a cover because that's all you fucking deserve with Levski.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is older, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads.
There we go. That is from a channel called Echoes of the Heart. I'm going to screw up her name, but it's Anupama Singh is the name of the woman who sings that. I love the horns in the car. Yes, exactly. I just figured that was very, very appropriate. You just let a genie like a bat out of hell and almost smash into an Idris. All right, let's get back to this one. All right. Lastly, additional notes. Clean air event. Just a lot of signs Nyx is currently progressing. Subtitles added for each city's respective ATC. New localization heavily implies that the inventory rework is working in engine on some level. And physical descriptive strings like component grade, item tier, and back status were added. Physical job board strings spotted. Like I said, I don't think Nyx is coming this year, not because I'm like, don't want to see it. I'd love for it to come in. I just don't think it's coming in because I don't think it's quite ready. Oh, please bring back, oh, what was his name? I want to say Colin, but that's not the right name. Elson. Here we go. Here we go. For all of you newbies who weren't around when we had Levski.
On behalf of the People's Alliance, welcome to Levski. Name's Eslin. I run the hangars here, which is great for you because you're probably looking to land.
Landing gear deployed.
Love that it was broken. It didn't have the filter over it.
Nice. Look at that. Got a hangar free that's perfect for you.
Then people just land outside whenever anyway, because the hangars kept fucking breaking. The one known as Smelly Hippie is correct. 85X. Thank you. Who was this? This is posted a year ago by Jaybird. Jaybird, the regular of the channel. Go follow him. Do this. There we go. We got a bunch of like vintage Star Citizen stuff there. If you want to see some of the old stuff. But yeah. Back when they sometimes when you would call it, he would just be standing up, his crotch would just be in the camera. I was gonna post a picture of my 3D printed Perseus. You can 3D print the ships. Like there's the models for the 3D printed ships, but Darge can tell you that to actually get a good quality like print, you need to do a lot of post work because none of the detail that you see in game is actually built into the model. So when Levski next year. The Perseus, you posted this. What you posted the Star Citizen? Or the bar? Posted in art. Oh, it's not there. Hey, man, I want to be wrong on this one. All right? I don't want to be right. I want it to come out at the end of the year. It says you're muted. Go to the rules. So if you go to the rules, make sure you click the pub pipe emote. You probably clicked the poop emoji. No rules section? There should be rules above the pub general. The only way you'd be muted is if you were you'd still be able to see the rules and the welcome and the announcements. There, I removed your muted. You're now in the pubber. Watching camera, it's an alpha. The inappropriate rhythmic thrusting in your direction, pure Elson. In the miniatures, okay. I'll check miniatures. Neat. I'll pull it up so everyone can see it. There you go. Is that resin or filament? Looks filament, but it could be resin. Guns seem a little small. It's about right. It's about right from the model we've seen. How do you get one of those posted to me? I don't know. It's not me. That's Blaze on YouTube. You just got to remember that the Perseus is small. You want 12 of them? You're just like, oh, fucking Klepter. Klepter has one. He has 5 Perseuses. He owns 5 of them. Whenever we ask him why, he's like, I don't fucking know, because I like it. He might be up to 6. Yeah, the joke is he has one for every work day of the week. I think there's a takeaway from the Evo patch notes. What's that? X. Hey, I have 15 guys to play with, so I have 3. If I recall correctly, he's using them. He has them because he's using them as store credit storage for larger ships. Okay. Salvage ship incoming? Yeah, the one that we've all known has been coming since like February. The fucking RSI small salvager. Yeah, it's definitely IAE. Nice. I've done the modeling on for the Orion or Asteroid Jab and Kraken, and I'm working on the Starlands right now. You don't fast track a capital ship. Do you take anything particular from Kraken being in a white box now? Are they trying to fast track it? It's coming out next year. Yeah. Knowing CIG, they're going to bring back Drake Defense Con next year, with the Ironclad and the Ironclad Assault, because they'll have time to actually like work on it, and probably also with instancing, so that they actually have, they can actually like instance the fucking show floor, and then they'll have the Kraken show up as like a exterior model. They've had the exterior model for the Kraken for fucking ever, which means it's either in Squadron or another. It's been a major part of something somewhere. They also mentioned the Orange Large Salvager too. That's true. We could have 2. We'll have to look at the monthly report and see what they talk about, but I don't remember seeing a bunch that would indicate that they're coming out soon. Love the gig, my guy. So I'm thinking of doing what you do with Paul, but instead of seated dancing, I'm going to put down a shot of whiskey every time subs. Do you want to die? Bubblegum, that's death. Someone will hit you with a sub of like 100 subs and be like, I'll see you in the obituaries. Also, technically, it's against Twitch TOS because they don't want you to do that. And YouTube TOS. They used to get mad at us for drinking on stream. Like, you couldn't even drink a beer on stream because they were afraid that people would use drinking as a motivation for getting subs. What you could do is shoot hot sauce. Do hot shot sauce shots. People do that for like challenges all the time, or like if they reach a certain amount of money, or they certain gift subs for like subathons and stuff like that. They down them. All right, I'm gonna get some water. Hot shots, yes. I'll be right back. Your fun button is on. I will take it away once I come back, though.
Good news, everyone.
Weapons free, y'all.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Stand by for nightfall.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Mission complete. Burrito. I eat.
Drugs.
I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Drugs.
Distress making.
Drugs.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Drugs.
Weapons free, y'all.
Good news, everyone.
Drugs. Drugs.
It's off. I turned it off. I shouldn't be muted now. Nah, I'll just watch you. Honestly, really enjoy your thing. Thank you, Bubblegum. I think my first time seeing one of Paul's streams, I pooped right in the middle of one, the fun button segments. Okay, good. No, I did actually mute myself. I hard muted myself where like it just nothing was coming through the mic to my computer at all. No, I was muted when I first started talking. Whew. So, heads up. Next week, I'm probably going to be streaming every day until the day of CitizenCon. I won't be streaming on Thursday, but I will be streaming on Friday before CitizenCon. I'll probably be doing like a kind of a mini subathon on Friday, the 9th, no, the 10th, because I won't be streaming on Saturday, and I probably won't be streaming on Sunday. That's a lot of build up for a 24-hour, 2-hour event. No, I just had the 10th off. And I won't be actually streaming on the 11th. Or I also won't be doing the 9th because I'm going to be on the Beyond the Verse podcast with Solus. He's my co-MC for the event that we're doing, the watch party we're doing on Saturday of CitizenCon. So, and he's going to be on the captain's table this weekend, which is going to be pushed back about an hour because he's got other things he's got to do. If we can get other people, we can. It'd be great, but we're going to be talking about CitizenCon as well. Will I restream the CitizenCon, or will I make you watch or make a watch party live? I will restream it because I will be at a watch party in Austin. I am one of the hosts for the watch party in Austin, one of the official CIG co-sponsored events that's going on. We will have members of CIG staff there, including Xylo, aka Tyler Whitkin, and Elson. I always forget his last name. I had to say his last name, but Elson's like the ship lead team for North America. He's John Crew in North America, but technically under John Crew. Yeah, he's just the ship lead in North America. How many subs would it take me to shave? I'd have to ask the wife. The only reason why I don't shave is because the wife likes the beard. She's the boss. No, I'm pretty sure she would be okay with me shaving. Yeah, it's a bit far for Germany, yeah. Elson is John's viceroy in the New World. He's the governor of the US. I will say she'd probably be okay with it if for 3 months straight we hit the premium plus goal. So if I make 300, I think, subs, not gifted subs, just regular subs, and I think you get more sub points if you do like tier 2 or tier 3 subs. But if I hit 3 months of 300 plus subs, I get a 70-30 split of the revenue for a year. So that's a big deal. How much for bald, Paul? I went bald once during COVID because I couldn't get a haircut, so I asked my wife to cut, and she fucked it up a little bit. And she was so bad, I'm like, just shave it all off. Let's just go for it. Let's do it. And so I shaved myself bald. I don't have really a head for bald, but I'll eventually get bald. It's a lot of finger dancing. You know it, baby. But to give you context, I'm actually not that far away from it. That's what I ended up earning. So for the month of September, I had 187 plus points. So effectively, I would need to increase my plus points, total points to 113 more points, which is a lot, but it's not a lot in the context of like 113 more people subscribing, or some combination of 113 and then also some people doing regular subscriptions and bigger subscriptions. Because I think like tier 3 subs counts as 5 points. A 40% increase approximately, yeah. It's definitely a difficult one, but not an impossible. We could do a full only eyebrows Paul for that goal too. But only if Cam is okay with it. Camilla, my wife. Hearing from some Evos, PDCs might be fixed in a new build. I can't wait to watch the shadow patch notes from 5-star. It definitely seems like this coming patch 433 is the proto patch for the future. Because I was saying this since the beginning of this year, CIG was going to reach a point where they're going to want to move forward. They're done with doing this stuff, and it's going to be at the end of the year because CIG likes to sneak stuff in. So I think CIG reached the point they're like, okay, we've done the experiment. It worked a little bit. Can we fucking do features now? Because we want to do some features, some big thing. That's why up until like July, I was like, Nyx, baby. Nyx is coming out at the end of the year. And everyone said, you're fucking high, Paul. And I'm like, no, man, it's going to come out. And then like July and August, there was just no movement on Nyx in the monthly reports. And I was like, okay. Probably not this year, but not too far away. Why would they implement Nyx when not all of Pyro is even done? Because they need to have Nyx and Castra and Terra in the next 2 years. Yeah, Stanton isn't done either. Because we don't fix things, we just put stuff in the game. Welcome to Star Citizen. It's an MMO. Nothing is going to be truly done. I think what Zor was talking, or who was it? Radiant was talking about was like there's no flares in Nyx or in Pyro. It's supposed to be its main feature. They don't even have the flares. The reason why they haven't put the flares in because they don't have engineering. So when engineering comes in, they'll add the flares back. I also think when they add the engineering, there's going to be CMEs for all stars. I think they'll add CMEs for Stanton, for Pyro, and for Nyx. But they'll be variable depending on where you are, in how close you are, and that sort of thing. So they'll just have a zone. This zone for CMEs for Stanton is going to be smaller and less frequent. I'm hoping they expand the planets to full size and send them to orbiting. I don't think they'll full size the planets because there's just no reason to. It would just add more space for no additional bonus, and it would just cost more. But orbiting, something that they said they've been wanting to do for a while. Nyx, Terra, and Castra in 3 years. Why? Internal deadline for Semi 1.0, or what makes you think that? Yeah, no, it's been said by CIG that they're shooting for 2027 or 2028 for release. And 2028 makes sense. I think 2027 is a little too speedy, but 2028 makes sense. 2027 would be where they actually get the systems in, and then they have 6 months to a year to just coast along on the beta of 1.0, and then they can fix the problems and then actually release it. What are the large stuff that needs to be added to the Stanton? The Aaron Halo stations, the checkpoints. I forget what they're called, but there's those giant stations where they cleared out parts of the asteroids so that you can travel through. They're not going to delete Grimhex. I hope they don't pull the same mistake they did with oh God, what was it called? I now forgot the name of the original space station. Next 2026. Olisar, thank you. Port Olisar, yeah. They made the mistake of just removing All-Star without any fanfare. They won't remove Grimhex without any fanfare. They'll have some sort of epic fight and then they'll remove it. The Halo stations. Thank you, Alex. Yeah. I think they gave up on those Halo stations. No, because the actual quantum jumping portion of the game is going to be physicalized. So like quantum jumps are now going to be blocked by objects. Oh, when I mean delete, I mean the Hurston detonates an antimatter bomb there. Maybe. I think you'll more likely see either rival gang or some sort of vigilante group doing it. Maybe the remnants of the Frontier Fighters doing it. I could see a rogue Hurston or what would be fun is a rogue Hurston member with a rogue member of Crusader security working together to commit a genocide, to do genocide on Grimhex. Have I missed anything juicy? Lots of leaks. Salvage is completely overhauled in the Evocati build, and it's not just an overhaul; it's the base. They're setting the base for Salvage with crafting in mind. There's leaks on Ticia Pacheco is coming fucking back. Not only is she coming back, but she's coming back with a new organization, the Dead Saints. There's also characters in the files for Captain Martel and Gabe Windle, both of the People's Alliance of Levski. There's an FPS tractor refinement. And before CFP stealing another Polaris. Funny you should say that, because that is actually that's going to be the finale for the Pyro Stanton War. Let me see if I can find the link for that. I think someone sent it to me earlier. Oop. Do. It was in the testing leak, I think. I'm not finding it now. Maybe I'm thinking it was in the monthly report. Okay, so it's a balance update for FPS tractor beams for snappier movement, faster rotations, and longer break times. That's basically it. It's just making it so that it's quality of life improvement for FPS tractor beams. Nope, we always do the monthly report at the end of the stream. Do you think Twitch will finally get her hair finally? I fucking hope so. We'll have another capital ship battle at IAE like Save Stanton? Yup. Nah, not even IAE, it's gonna be CitizenCon. The grand finale of the Pyro Stanton War, where the headhunters and the CFP put aside their differences to beat the fuck out of a bunch of nerds. Isn't the Port All-Star still not still around? In the Galactopedia post, it said Port All-Star is currently closed for maintenance. They updated it September 22nd. I guess it was. Yeah, it's not around anymore, but they do want to bring it back. Yeah, it's basically a reskin of the Hunt the Polaris. Headhunter shows up with a goddamn Idris. It should be Hunt the Idris, not the Hunt the Polaris. Will it be as obnoxious as Overdrive was? I hope it's improved. That would be cool if instead of having the Wicklow stations, they turn Olisar into a Wicklow into the Wicklow station. Oh yeah, there's going to be a leaderboard now there's going to be a line competition, a leaderboard between Headhunters and CFP. So my fellow true believers in the fight for Pyro must also back the Headhunters. You no longer have cool skin with the Frontier Fighters. You must back the Headhunters. Lore will have to shoot Velocity. Hey, Big Brick. Imagine if the climax of the Pyrus fight is the Frontier Fighters have stolen a Kraken. Hypothesis: Vandul are actually humans who tried to attain eternal life, and in doing so, corrupted their genes. I mean, it's possible. They do have mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell. What are we talking about tonight? We're going to do the monthly report. We've been talking about the leaks coming out from Evocati, but not just the leak. It's not really leaks. It's just stuff. But there's been some data mining in terms of what's in the background of Evocati stuff that's been released, and then there's the drama over the new testing regimen. It's been a while since Xenothreat was the big bad. Remember when Ruin Station was meant to be their Pyro HQ? Yeah, then they fucking off-screened it. The worst fucking way you could do it, they off-screened that Rough and Ready took them over. It's like based off of their own logic, their own lore that they had written even up to the like retcon lore for Pyro. Ruin Station was always said to be the headquarters of like this of the Pyro system. If you controlled Ruin, you controlled the system. So it just sort of hand waved away the fact that fucking Rough and Ready runs Pyro now. I've never seen a Rough and Ready. You've seen their stations. All of the stations in Pyro are Rough and Ready. They kind of had to, though, gameplay reasons. Rough and Ready and Rest and Relax of Pyro. Yeah, I know. I, for one, am sick of bipedal representation in my fictional aliens. Like humans think evolution decided their body plan was superb. The reason why is budget. Saint Daikun, it's budget, my dude. It's just cheaper to put prosthetics on somebody and call them an alien than it is to actually realistically portray what an alien would look like, because none of us actually know what a fucking alien would look like. We don't know if it's to be bipedal or not. And since all science fiction is metaphor, or most of it is metaphor. It's just easier for people to identify with bipedal people. Like why does CIG, why does Star Citizen have all bipedal aliens? The same reason why Mass Effect has 90% bipedal, like, sentient aliens. It's just easier to identify and model. Easier to mocap, easier to identify with. There's a lot of reasons why. It's why in games like Stellaris, it's a lot easier since you don't actually have to model the fucking things. They just have to bounce up and down. But this one says Hanar exists. Hanar are the only non-bipedal species in the sentient species in the Mass Effect universe. The rest of them are all bipeds.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
And they don't move. Yeah, they don't fucking fight.
Northern Trooper just resubscribed for 27 months. It's October. Thank fuck. Bring on the spooky horny customs.
Spooky horny customs? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Northern Trooper, for that 27 months of support. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, Mr. Rainy Pedestrian. This is your fault. You're trying to drink night. Shots and cheers in chat, yo. Shots and cheers. Paul out here acting like the Rachni did. The Rachni are spiders. They're bugs. That's the other common trope in sci-fi is bug. It is either robot, bug, or human, but different. That's it. What are the Mass Effect L Core? I'd have to remind myself in the L Core. But y'all are acting like the L Core, the Rachni, and the Hanar were like the most important species in Mass Effect, and not like they were just sort of side things. Yeah, the L Core, also side thing. All of those were, the worst part is the L Core and the Hanar were fucking jokes. They're fucking jokes. Yeah. Like, they didn't move. They didn't fight. They just stood there. I'm salty we never saw the Volus bombing fleets in Mass Effect 3. Oh, no, 100% the new Mass Effect's getting canned. I want you all to be very clear. EA is dead. This acquisition is dead. EA is dead on arrival. Or dead on arrival. It's dead in the water. Anything you purchase from Origin from now on is basically throwing money into a pit because you're never going to get it back. At best, another company will buy the IP of a game that you like and then move that game to their service. That's at best. It's supposed to take effect in 27, right? But I mean, if you wanted to play Battlefield 6 for 3 years, you're going to only enjoy it for a year. You didn't say they have to be a main species. That was the implied, though. The implied, St. Daiku's implication is that, like the having, like, that it's more better to have a non-humanoid species. It's like everyone has a humanoid species. Everything else is just a joke or a side project. Yeah, the next Mass Effect is dead. There is no intent for the people who are buying EA to run EA. The intent is to take EA, gut it out like a fucking fish, and fill it with AI slop. Take the name and then put whatever the fuck they want in there because they want to use it as a device for multinational influence. That's what I mean. EA just got bought by a conglomerate which is mostly made up of the Saudis. And almost certainly they're going to, they even said right off the bat, they're going to use AI. They're going to start using AI slop to help improve production. One of the owners is Jared Kushner's company. Yeah. So yeah, Trump's son-in-law and it's basically the same people who bought X, or similar people who bought X, Twitter, bought Twitter. I feel like EA and Ubisoft will have been this creatively bankrupt and pit for ages, so AI slop won't be much of a detour. No, but it will kill the company. Like, they're buying a dead company. Like the amount of chat. People freaked out when Brazilians started playing video games. Okay? People freak out when Chinese people play video games. You think, when a company is owned, like Tencent, people still freak the fuck out about Tencent. The Saudis? Yeah. People are already going on massive tirades about racist shit about it. And I'm not stupid. I know those people probably won't buy EA for those kind of reasons. And it's buy EA games. Yeah. And to be fair, also, I'm thinking it's just going to be shit because these people don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're taking it private so they don't have to worry about outside influence. But it also means that they can, because there's no outside influence, they can do whatever the fuck they want with it. And the fact that they immediately said AI tells me that they don't give a fuck about EA. They're doing this as an investment. They're trying to use this as to launder the EA name so that they can slap AI to it so that they can get people to buy in on that shit. Saudi Arabia has been, that is true. That's because Saudi Arabia, this is economics hat on, just for fun, because this is something I actually talk about with my kids a lot. When we talk about economics, once we get to the end of the economics class, I talk about the real world implications of economics. And one of the things that the Saudi Arabians have been doing for a decade now is hard pivoting. They are hard pivoting away from oil. Because they see the writing on the wall as much as everybody else sees the writing on the wall, that oil is not really a viable long-term solution to your economic needs, especially if you're a petrostate like Russia, Venezuela, and Saudi Arabia, where your main export and your main production is oil. In the universe, the world that we're going to be moving into in the future of solar panels, wind farms, better electricity, even vehicles and other things moving away from oil because it's becoming too expensive. It's no longer the cheap alternative. It's just a good, smart move. If you're looking at it in terms of decades, by the time I'm in my 80s, the world is going to look nothing like it does now. I mean, fusion, but it doesn't even have to be fusion. We're sitting in a time period of change in terms of how things are done. You watch Legendary Drops. He did a solid talk on EA buyout. I probably will. They're trying to build a Saudi version of Tencent. Exactly. But it's not just that. The Saudi Arabians purchased basically every single fucking esports league out there a while ago. Like, they've been heavy trying. And this isn't something new either. Do y'all remember when WWE worked with the House of Saud and actually used to do events in Saudi Arabia? Like, Saudi Arabia has been trying to sort of pivot away from oil towards more entertainment, because they also understand that entertainment is a great way of controlling culture. And the thing that Saudi Arabians are fucking scared of is that they live in a region where everyone wants to fucking kill them. Their main rival is Iran, and Iran are a bunch of fucking nerds who actually have deadly technologies that could wipe them off the planet, and also a diversified economy that isn't relied on one sort of income stream. So up till now, they've relied on the US sort of sitting there being big and mean and being like, we want bases here so we can, use our own resources in this area. And the US has done that because Saudi Arabia basically punched the US in the dick in the 1970s with the oil embargoes. The NFL game, there's that giant comedy thing they're doing. Yeah. The reason why they bought that EA was nothing to do with any of the games other than FIFA. They took a look at FIFA and were like, that shit's fucking money. They bought it for FIFA. Yeah, live golf. The flag football. They own the NFL flag football. Sorry. This kind of shit fascinates me because it's like geopolitics mixed with economics, and it's like, ooh. The government has muzzled science, tech outside we know of traditional science. So that's for sure too. I mean, there's that guy who came back, by the way, who did plastoline, plastol, who basically took plastic bags and then distilled them with using solar panels into usable gasoline and oil. He disappeared, actually, and then came back recently. Yeah, I'm so glad he didn't get murdered either. It was great to see that. I wanted to invest in Lucid just for the fact that the Saudis were the bigger investor. But here's the thing, and here's the thing that I really want to emphasize. This is stupid as shit. I love video games. I think video games are fantastic. They're a great new medium, but look at Hollywood. Look at books. Look at television and streaming services. None of these are bajillion-dollar companies. These are entertainment venues that can have a lot of influence and they can make some money, but they're not the biggest earners in the planet. They're just sort of nice. And people always conflate popularity with wealth, but musicians are super popular. They don't make fucking shit. The music industry makes a lot of money, but it doesn't make the kind of fuck you money that oil makes. There's so many cases of scientists who discovered tech on the inside that mysteriously have died. Yeah, usually tech that has to do with getting rid of oil. Around the time when the oil industry was doing some really fucked up shit to keep a lid on shit on a lot of things. Oil companies have for almost a century, no, not a century, about half a century, since the 50s and 60s, almost a century now, yeah. Been doing some real fucked up shit. They're doing some cigarette company level shit to keep shit on the low. Oh, Pinkerton level shit. Oh yeah, 100%. They pay off in the 1970s about leaded fuel in Antarctica. Yeah. That's a great example of that. Problem is investors don't like it. Alternative energy doesn't make quick profits. But that's the thing, is that alternative energy has slowly replaced traditional energy. Look at the numbers, the efficiency and the numbers of solar and wind in terms of their usage around the world. It is fucking gone way the fuck up because it's just more reliable, less reliant on turbulent areas like the Middle East, Venezuela, and Russia, which, let's be fucking honest, were never that fucking stable. Right now, the most stable place in the world that you can get oil from is the United States. And we're not exactly a beacon of stability either. Yeah, Texas heading on all energy, but also the biggest producer in the U.S. Drive through the Panhandle. Drive through fucking Amarillo. You'll see nothing but windmills for as far as you can see. No, but Norway doesn't produce the same volume of oil and gas that the United States does. Sorry, we'll get back to the Star Citizen talk. I'll connect it into Star Citizen somehow. My point being, I love video games, but I think the Saudis are making a fucking massive mistake based off of vibes. They're using vibes to invest in stuff rather than actual like understanding of. They're smart enough to know that they can't rely on oil forever, but their solution is like dumb shit. Shit that's like somebody who isn't into economics but is my age, because I'm sure a lot of the people who run the Saudi royal family are my age now, my generation, who just like, I loved fucking Halo when I was a kid. Let's see if we can't in Call of Duty and shit. Let me do that. So it's just like, ooh. So, long story short, don't invest in EA anytime soon in terms of new video games, because you have no fucking clue if that video game will even be available for you to use in like 2 years. Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the EA Football Manager EA's biggest income? I think it's Ultimate Team, yeah. Nothing EA has now I'd want to buy. Battlefield 6 is a huge thing they're sitting on, and that's going to be a major hit. But I wonder if this Saudi news is going to dampen that. Yep, Titanfall. Find yourself a way to get Titanfall 2 individually. Yeah, we talked about that before. This Chris Roberts can buy Wing Commander now. I'm going to set up a GoFundMe. If any rich donors want to go with me to offer several $1 million to EA for Respawn, and then we can force them to make Titanfall 3. Just have the fans buy Titanfall, buy Respawn, and be like, Titanfall 3 now. But I don't, no, shh, Titanfall 3. No, I would, if I had the money, the kind of money to throw around, even just modest amounts of money, I would immediately try to get group of people together to buy Titanfall, the IP. Because CHG, my brain. Respawn's doing shit and fuck all with the Titanfall IP. I think that Steam works in individually, but I don't know if... I think they still use EA servers to run a lot of that stuff. No, Valorant isn't. It's Apex Legends is tied to the Titanfall IP. The reason why Titanfall 2 only has 2,000 players is because EA fucking killed that shit. It fucking murdered Titanfall 2 and then refused to like fix it. And the player base started to fix it and then they managed to fix it themselves. And they've refused to do Titanfall 3. There is enough support where if you release Titanfall 3 in a clear market, like in spring or summer, you would make millions. Titanfall 3 is Titanfall's so beloved as an IP. It's my favorite. Titanfall 2 is my favorite game of all time. The single player campaign for Titanfall 2 is the best single player shooter campaign I've ever played. It's a universe that is so interesting. There's a reason why I did an entire lore video on the universe of the Titanfall universe. You could do so much with it. And that movement system is so fluid and intuitive. It's the best movement system in gaming. And it fits with the sort of thematic. It's very science fiction, but it's still kind of grounded. And it's this great combination of like, you know, fast movement, twitch shooting combined with big, slow, like mechs. It's fantastic. Titanfall 2 and Half-Life 2 are the best single-player campaigns I've played in my life. Portal 2 is not so far behind. Half-Life 2 it still holds up today. I think it's one of the best single-player campaigns as well, but it didn't hit me the same way as Titanfall 2 did. Have you ever played Singularity? It inspired that one mission in Titanfall. I did. It's okay. Fear is good, but it's for a different reason. I think a lot of people would say Fear is their best one, but they, of course... what is it? There's a fan-inspired game based off of Fear, which did pretty well. I can't remember the name of it, though. Joe's Face is fantastic. All right, let's get back to the actual reason you're here, which is Star Citizen. Well, it isn't an office hours if I don't go on a fucking tangent about nothing. I found this Fear story boring. I think most people don't remember the Fear story. It's not that the Fear story is good or bad. It was the story mixed with the honestly best AI in any game. It's the best AI design ever. If Squadron 42 and Star Citizen even hit a fraction of the smarts that those AI can do, and variability those AI can do, then, you know, amazing. I thought it was they throw a ton of NPCs at you, AI. No. They are absolutely devious. They will actually use squad tactics to pin you down and then flank you. Fear. First account, Assault Recon. Fear. Yeah, they will use real-world squad tactics against you. The reason why you have a chance is because you're literally a superhuman. You're a super soldier. So you're a super soldier fighting against the Navy fucking SEALs or the Marines or, you know, SAS or you know, fucking Gurkhas or whatever. Like ridiculously good soldiers versus the Master Chief. I put 55 minutes in Titanfall 2 according to Steam. I guess you should give it another try. Play the single player campaign all the way through. You'll like it. Fucking nerd. You know I am. That level where you're running outside through the backyards, and if you're running the where they're running to flank you, if you stopped, you're dead.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No confuse.
but you can never,
Never.
ever.
Titanfall 1's a better game than
my
Titanfall
space
2.
game.
The Titanfall 2 is tighter. Also has a better story. Well, better campaign. Actually, that's
Big Brick 62 has subscribed.
Big Brick, thank you so much for that subscription. You're a very important public van Pennsylvania pedestrian. This your fault. Leaders around drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The point is that Titanfall 2 was the best parts of the original Call of Duty series because it was made by the original people who made Call of Duty, with the best parts of Half-Life. This is built off of the Source engine. Titanfall is a Source engine game. And so it's a Source engine game doesn't feel like a Source engine game, but it takes a lot of like heavily leans into physics and, you know, the wall running and all of that sort of things. The gunplay is great. And the stories of Titanfall 2 is fantastic, classic story. It's not probably the most groundbreaking story of all, but it's a classic action heavy story. Original story and done well, yeah. Like I said, I feel like if they had done Titanfall 3 in like 2 to 3 years afterwards, they were like, oh, the engine's getting old, and it's like they pivoted to Apex. Apex is what Titanfall 3 was supposed to be, and then they kind of changed it. If they had actually done Titanfall 3, I think it would have absolutely blown up. People who played Titanfall 3 would have gone back to play Titanfall 1 and Titanfall 2. It would have been like Halo 3. Like Halo 1 was a hit, but only if you played the Xbox. And Halo 2 sort of revolutionized how online gameplay was. And then Halo 3 was the phenomena that swept the entire goddamn planet. When you're doing a lore breakdown of Time Splitters, oh, fuck that. That shit's fucking nightmare. Though I love Time Splitters. I'm surprised Jin isn't here to yell at us about all of this, but I'm sure Jin is also pissed off because I'm sure a lot of his friends, old friends, or people he know are getting fired now. Yeah, they released Titanfall 2 as a roadblock, as a bump, because they released Battlefield 1, one of the most successful and well-loved battlefields of all time. Then 2 weeks before Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. COD Infinite Warfare was being released at the worst point in COD's life cycle up until now. Because it was the advanced movement system and everyone's like, fuck that, let's go back to basics, go back to, normal fighting, all that kind of stuff. Titanfall 2 was released a week before Infinite Warfare. And a week after Battlefield 1. So people who were looking for a shooter bought Battlefield 1. And people who were looking for a COD game bought Infinite Warfare, like a space science fiction kind of shooter game. They bought Infinite Warfare. Nobody even knew what the fuck the first Titanfall was, so they didn't really bother with Titanfall 2 because Titanfall 1 was sort of a niche hit. In fact, now I'm going to tie this back to Star Citizen. This is the reason why release times matter. This is one of those things that there was a single player campaign, but it was multiplayer. It was fucked up. It was bad. Titanfall 1 is dead. Like you can't play it unless you have a physical disc for the original Xbox or for Xbox 360. Like you have to get the original disc and play it on the disc. You can still play it. That's the only way you can. They shut down the PC servers a while ago. Titanfall 2 was praised by reviewers at a release. Yeah, no, it was really well done. I mean, everyone who plays it says it's great, but it was just released at the wrong time. If CIG releases Squadron at the wrong time, it can destroy Squadron. It doesn't matter if Squadron is the best game that has ever been released ever. Doesn't matter if it's the Chris Roberts, it's going to be bigger than Jesus comment, it has to release at the right time in order for it to hit. The example of Titanfall 2 basically getting hit by a fucking train and dying when it was born is a great example of why you don't do that. And a good example of doing it the right time is a Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate is niche as fuck. It is super niche unless you are super nostalgic for PC gaming and you're a good D&D, you're a good fan of D&D. Then like you don't know Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. But everyone fucking knows Baldur's Gate 3 because it released a month before Starfield. Because they were afraid that Starfield would suck the oxygen out of the room in terms of conversations. So they released it earlier so that they could get it out there in front of people's faces and get people to purchase it a month before Starfield so that they still had money. And it worked. By the time Starfield was released, it hit and then fizzled out within a week, but people were still talking about Baldur's Gate 3. Afraid of Bart Starfield is funny. It's funny now, but not when it was originally released, because Starfield was the biggest game of all time. I remember people coming onto this channel and telling me that Star Citizen is fucking dead because Starfield is going to come out and it's going to be Skyrim in space, and then someone's going to make a multiplayer mod for it and nobody's going to play Star Citizen anymore. That was legitimately an argument that would come up in this channel a lot. Same thing happened with people said that No Man's Sky was going to kill Star Citizen when it released. They said Cyberpunk 2077 was going to kill Star Citizen when it released. I've heard it all the time. No, I know. He didn't actually say it's going to be bigger than GTA 6, but like that, I don't fucking care. Star Citizen will kill Star Citizen is the only thing that happens. So... And everyone said, look, the thirst, the reason why people play GTA or Baldur's Gate 3 was thirst. Yes, 100%. But it was also released in August when no other game had been released. They released it in a time period where there was ironically, thirst for a new game. A month before the big RPG that was going to come out, the other big RPG to come out was Starfield. Oh yeah, No Man's Sky's done great. I'm just saying, like that was the thing, was that Star Citizen was going to kill it. Starfield is the reason why I'm playing Star Citizen. I think the actual answer is that all of these games that were related to space only released because Star Citizen did well. I'd love to see actual data on it, but there were so many people talking about how Star Citizen made fuck you amounts of money. And that was the reason, and I believe that was the reason why investors took a risk in greenlighting all of these other games, because they looked at the fucking massive tons of the wheelbarrows, the trucks, the fucking Grand Canyon full of cash that Chris Roberts was getting. Even though it wasn't actually a Grand Canyon worth of cash, it was just all of the news reports were. And remember, suits are fucking idiots. They only see money. So if they see Chris Roberts makes $1 bajillion on game that's not released, set in space, all they learn is space makes $1 bajillion. Let's greenlight space games. And we saw a fucking tirade of space games that came out in the 2010s. Elite Dangerous, almost certainly, it was also like Chris even promoted Elite when it was going through its like Kickstarter sort of thing, when after Star Citizen had done well. But like Elite Dangerous almost certainly got the bump it needed from investors to get there. Chris and Braben are good friends, yeah. And then No Man's Sky was almost certainly greenlit because of that. We know Mass Effect Andromeda, which was the original pitch for Andromeda, was effectively a single player version of Star Citizen. Almost certainly EA was looking at what Chris was doing and was like, God fucking damn it, because, you know, they used to work for him. We work with him. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, they mentioned Wing Commander multiple times. Let's see, Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, both heavily influenced by Privateer and Freelancer. Everspace 1 and 2, both released independent games, heavily influenced by Privateer and Freelancer. Gosh, what else is it? And then Starfield, you know. The X Series, X4, you know, and the X Foundations, was it? There was another one that was before that. That was between X3 and X4, which also released around that time. I got Starfield because I expected to play Star Citizen and Pledge. So yeah, that's the thing. I think ironically, all of these space games got their chance to even exist because Starfield made, you know, blank checks worth of money. So suits see dollar signs and are like, oh, you're making a Star Citizen game. Money. Make me money. And most of them didn't, so sad. But then ironically, people played those games and were like, this is fun, but what if it had X, 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 and X on top of this? And, you know, they found Star Citizen, which is that. Oh yeah, it's still crushing. This year is absolutely destroying previous years. You can do that real quick. Star Citizen has it all eventually. I remember ME1 was rough. ME2 was kicking the story to Overline, yeah. To give you an idea, they're at 96 million. They have made about $380,000 this year alone. So in the last 2 days. Jeez, fuck that delta. Holy fuck. So last year they made, for last September, they had a total of 19,000 people sign up on the website. This September, they had 65,000 people sign up on the website. Go buy Jump Space. Go do it. It's $20. Go buy it. Yeah, Jump Space released recently. Go buy it. It's good. There's a couple other ones that are in the pipeline. There's one which is the Astroneers sequel, which is looking good. Didn't Eve release one? They released their own sort of new game as well. I know Loken was was playing it, right? Expanse, yeah, the Expanse Mass Effect style game, the Expanse sort of shooter RPG. So slight increase, yeah. And to give you context, last September they made $7 million, which is actually the best September they ever had. And this year they made 9 mil. 2 more million than last year. Like I said, they're currently at $96 million this year. And to give you context, it was the end of IAE, or the middle of IAE, sort of towards the end of IAE, before they even reached that level. Like the end of November was when they made around this amount of money last year. No, we haven't talked about the person yet. Oh, that wasn't a Sony game. That was a Bandai game. We had the little girl who's like a robot who does little upgrades by like eating cookies, little bites, and then you're like basically her father, taking her around. That one, I love that one. I haven't seen that that release yet, but I've seen some images and some updates for that. Last time John Cruz was on, he said we were almost through the backlog. Does that mean we'll get our Rangers soon? Probably. I would say in the next year or two. I wouldn't, maybe not next year, but probably by 2027. It looked like a sort of Namco Bandai's take on a science fiction. Well, Namco Bandai does a lot of sci-fi. The fucking Gundam people. Lost Planet, you know, another really good space game. Yeah, the motorcycle. And Naughty Dog's making a space game. Oh, yeah. There's also, yeah, let me look it up. I think it was 2025. I'm trying to figure out what the name of that game was. I remember seeing it being out there. I'm like, that's cool. I'd definitely like to get it, but I don't think it's actually. I don't see it on the Wikipedia for it being released. Let's see if it was already released and I didn't see it. No. Falling Frontier is supposed to be, yeah. I'm going to be doing one on that. It's the one with all the product placements. No, I think it was a different one. Wildgate's another. Yeah, Wildgate came out too, which is a PvP Space of Thieves. Now, Beyond Good and Evil was yeah, it's not out yet, but yeah, Beyond Good and Evil is another big one that people were looking for. I mean, Falling Frontier just released a shit ton of lore. So I'm going to be doing a lore video on Falling Frontier's, like, backstory. Twilight Imperium? Maybe? No, I don't think so. Found it. Found it. It's coming out next year. I'm going to show you this. And then we'll get to actually reading stuff. Here you go, chat. This shit's been in development for 5 years.
The future. It isn't just a dream. It's a promise. One we're turning into reality. With our third generation of Luna filament and advanced generative AI, we're reshaping the line between dreams and reality. We create life for our future. Delphi Corporation.
Now let's see about getting Pats through to Earth.
And why are these things trying to kill us?
There you are. All better.
You patched me up?
I am DI03367. They are pragmatic.
Hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something?
I'm good.
Get behind me!
I think I can help.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
Neutralize us?
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through. What the?
Bypassing first and second firewalls. Hooking control protocols. Initiating hack.
Hey, D.I.
I said I am
Okay.
DI0.
Look, how about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Oh, it's straight up like classic Capcom sort of animations. I'm a big fan of the old Lost Planet games. Lost Planet was very similar. It's just that uncanny valley of just like, what? It's like Death Space meets Death Stranding. It's Dead Space meets Death Stranding meets Last of Us. The Capcom jank, yeah. Is it OG? No, but it's Capcom. I don't remember which game dev in Capcom's making it, but yeah, it's called Pragmata. Science fiction action adventure with its own unique hacking twist. It looked terrible. It looked great. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, this is going to be probably with all the wrong kind of person. I know. But I also know the people who, the kind of people like that Capcom does, the kind of games they make. And it's definitely going to be a commentary on artificial intelligence and current AI in the world, as well as like the classic father-daughter relationship. Was it you who talked about Starship Simulator? I haven't talked about it, but I do know about its existence. It looks okay. It looks decent. That's the one where it's like a straight up starship, like a fully fleshed out, full interior starship using like more realistic stuff, yeah. I did see Iris immediately being like, no. It's like, yeah, I know what Iris is doing. I 100% understand that reaction. They had decency to go Max Moe by putting her in a hoodie. The problem is these studios don't have $1 billion to play with. Yeah. Yep. And knowing Capcom, there will be different outfits you can get for her, and your suit can be changed, all kind of stuff. I just bought Fear on GOG. Enjoy it. It's good. Oh, yeah. Also, the new Voyager game, which is basically the Voyager TV show, but you get to play. For now. Yeah, I get it. I get it. One of the reasons why I'm interested in Pragmata is because it's clear that they're taking risks, and Capcom is prone to do that. Or they'll just sort of get an idea that just crawls up their ass, and they will just fucking make a weird ass game. And I'm a fan of weird ass games, man. I feel like we need more weird ass games. We need an initiative for just weird games. Because some of those games end up becoming classics that everyone loves. Weird ass games will be made by Gen AI now? Yeah. Apparently, it's coming. Pragmata's coming out to PS5 and Xbox Series S and Steam. It's coming to Steam too. So yeah. No Gen AI will ever match Kojima for weird. Kojima is the master of weird. I was having an argument with somebody in chat because I always say that like Chris Roberts was the proto Kojima, and everyone I remember that person was really pissed off about me comparing Chris to Kojima because he's like, Chris is not a Kojima. No one knows Chris. Everyone knows Kojima. I'm like, I like Kojima too, but he's not a household name. Yeah, Chris wasn't a household name either because gaming was a much smaller space then. But without Chris Roberts, we don't have Halo. We don't have Call of Duty. Like, Chris Roberts invented the blockbuster game. Invented a game, the mainstream massive hit. Call of Duty, yes. I think it's only a relatively recent Capcom trait. I forget the gens. The gens are always fuck me over in terms of like what level of console. But the Xbox 360. When the Xbox 360 came out, Capcom started doing some weird shit. Like my first introduction was Lost Planet. Lost Planet and Lost Planet 2 were really good. They're definitely not usual, but it was clear that Capcom was trying to cash in on the third-person shooter craze that was taking over the West, and so they wanted to make a game that was like their style of a third-person shooter, so they had to throw in a fucking mech, which, you know, it's me we're talking about. Mechs and sci-fi shooter? Tell me more, Capcom. You have my wallet. Recently found a retrospective on Wing Commander. No, I remember reading up on some history behind Wing Commander and knowing that was that Wing Commander was hated by people at EA. So many people hated Wing Commander because what Wing Commander did was prove to EA that they could make a lot of money and get a lot of attention from a video game. And so the execs at EA, once Wing Commander, I think 3 or 4 came out, they basically were pointing at Chris and being like, if you want to make a game, you have to make a game like Chris. And so many people fucking left EA because of this. We're talking about like peak EA, not the bad guy days too. But, I don't think Star Citizen is going to get weird. I really hope it gets weird, but it's not going to get weird. I would fully embrace if Star Citizen went into the full psychedelic Heinlein and Dick doing fucking rails of acid. Like, I don't even talk about dropping acid. I mean like snorting that shit and like just dance around naked in the moonlight kind of weird shit. ASD is pretty weird. Yes, it tickles the like psychedelic 60s science fiction, but we need to go further. Go further. ASD is not Axis Kojima weird. No. EA were always the bad guys. No, EA was actually founded to be the good guys. It was founded because nobody was giving people credits for the games they were making. So it was founded literally by a collection of former game developers from other companies to try to publish games to help other publishers, other game developers publish games better and give them the respect and the time they needed. It wasn't until the late 90s, early 2000s that they did that hard pivot turn towards evil. What's the alternative to online? We're going back to board games? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get some water and then we'll get this done. But yeah, no, Chris was a superstar in the gaming industry. And then he made Wing Commander, the movie, and then fucking disappeared because it flopped hard. I also compare them together because they have the similar, Kojima and Chris were both very similar because they both were heavily influenced by movies. They both wanted to make movies, but wound up making video games. The difference is that Chris actually made a movie and found out how hard it was and how shitty it was, and has now gone back to making video games. Whereas Kojima never had the chance, so he just let his freak flag fly when he was doing stuff. Electronic Arts, to treat developers like the rock stars they are. Trip Hawkins took out a full-page ads for the games with mostly pictures of the dev teams and released their games in record sleeves, like sleeve-style boxes. Yeah. Are there lost colonies in Star Citizen universe? There are. Oratani. Oratani is the only place where a entire human colony disappeared because of the jump point collapsed. We're gonna see it again. It's gonna come back. Got your 5060 to run, and now I'm comfortable 70 FPS. That's not bad. He totally is a legend, to be honest. The movie was average quality for its time, but people really shat on it because it was not as good as the games. So. Yeah, he was such a superstar that they gave him a fucking movie. So, my point being, and it wasn't meant to shit on Kojima or even elevate Chris beyond what he was. My point is that Chris Roberts was always a weird little guy. Not quite as weird as Kojima, but weird in terms of what he wants to do. And that's the reason why no matter what, Squadron 42 is going to be memorable. Maybe for the wrong reasons, but it'll be memorable. Yeah, he's small. Dell. Chris is small. I gotta be careful what I say. Chris's like kids are goddamn near Raid, welcome from Praxis to Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker 1, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here. TheAstroPub, your space bar at the end of Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. His daughter was an actress in Doom Patrol series. Yeah, she was. Along with Sandy. Sandy played the mother of the girl, I think. Savage finally getting his own goddamn updates to the current Evo notes. Been waiting for years. It's all connected to crafting. Yeah. This is my kind of nerd. According to people who I've talked to, I even talked to Sandy a little bit at Quantum Vegas. Like, her and her kids play games. Like, their house is a video gamer household, so her kids grew up playing games. They play games with their dad. They play games on their own. So they play video games. So the likelihood of seeing the Roberts daughters playing games is pretty high. They play Star Citizen, and they're like, God, it's been a decade, so they're probably close to leaving high school. So I gotta be careful what I say, because they could be watching. Did I interrupt? No, I was about to grab something and get started. Listen to you on the Spotify Captain's Table. I apologize about not updating the Spotify recently. I've just forgotten, and shit's been weird. So, like, in terms of Captain's Table this last month, so I'll basically do a big dump of all of the Captain's Tables for the last couple of weeks in the next week or so. All right, I'll be right back. chugging water all day. Oh, I forgot to turn on the stuff. That's okay. I don't like that CIG... I feel like CIG still doesn't understand the fucking term open world. So they have to have bad guys. It's like, no. Because you have an open world. You have to let people play with the bad guys. You just have to show them that if they're bad, they're going to fuck you over. Grab some electrolytes. I've been... This is my, like... I'm probably at a gallon now today of just water that I've drank. I usually drink a lot, but like that's more than I usually do. Let me pull up the audio files that have been data mined. Weird. I'm not seeing the data mines. Oh, it's probably under the fucking gallery. Here we go. Shattered Blade. Yeah, that's the first thing we started off with, Northern Trooper. We got Intersec, which is one of the Intersec is Intersec Defense Solutions. Here you go, chat. You ready? You ready?
Well, guess the Vandal also want to know who's stealing their tech. We're not going to find anything out with them in the area, so for now, focus on neutralizing all Vandal threats and protecting the survivors.
Well done, killer. So now you know all about the Shattered Blade. Won't do you much good. We face down whole clans, so we aren't scared by the likes of you. Think real hard before picking this fight.
On to the crisis at hand. We thought that station was abandoned and sent a pilot to investigate. Turns out Shattered Blade were hiding out. We got lit up by their turrets when we tried to attack, so we had to pull back. Comms have been cut off, so we haven't been able to make contact or know if they're still even alive. The station's one of the older models in the system, so the targeting system on the turrets can't track smaller ships. You'll have to jump through several hoops to get in, but there might be a way to bypass their security and defenses. You'll need to destroy the power relays positioned around the station. Take those out, and I'll advise from there. Onto the...
Wait. That isn't the same guy from the Onyx stations, is it? Oh, Nyx. This is definitely Nyx. Sort of, yeah. I don't think Pipeline has this, but other people have this. You got a better Aussie accent? Do you think that the current one is bad? It's not Arkin, yeah. I do like the CIG is just like, what did the Aussies do in the future? They all became private investigators. Dealing with the shadiest shit in the universe.
That was the last one. Without those relays, the station arms should be open now.
Intersect calling. Seems the People's Alliance found another Shattered Blade station and are in need of help. Scramble to the AO as quick as you can and they'll direct you from there. This is Deacon Tobin. I'll be your ops manager over here at Intersec. An anonymous source has indicated that a People's Alliance security ship has been crippled by a Shattered Blade station. Desperately need your help. I've contacted their captain and told them that you're inbound with all due haste. They'll establish contact and walk you through what needs to be done when you arrive.
Oz has become rent-a-cops. I like the muddled speech, man. Like I like that he's sort of biting his words to try to speak, but it feels natural. We're gonna be doing the monthly report just here in a few minutes. We're just going through some of the leaks, the harvesting from the data, which is all basically like Nix. Look at it's Nix. Look over here. It's fucking Nix. Woo, Nix. You know? How's that for some fucking CR arms? Mm-hmm. Talked about the patch notes already. He says do haste, but he slurs his words a little bit. I was going for interpretive dance arms. It's the only problem I have with the Aussies that they have doing these reads is that they're not sarcastic enough. Also, you're still posting Cap Stable Spotify? I am. So this last month, I was gonna say, it's been kind of weird. This last month, I've had really hard time getting people to come on. And I've had a hard time finding topics, drought and everything. So the last 3 I haven't done yet. So in the last one I was doing a long stream. So I didn't. Usually what I do is when I finish the stream, I edit it together and then I release it just like right away to Spotify or within the next day. So what I'm gonna do is next week I'm going to release all 3 of them throughout the week, and then release more during the week after. As an Aussie, I agree, needs more sarcasm. I have never met an Aussie who didn't speak in sarcasm in some way, shape, or form as a term of endearment. Should we call the pub call? I call it pub chat. I think that's a good way for it. Pub chat is a good one. Would you do a suggestion box for topics? We could help you out for sure. Go to the captain's table. The captain's table. YouTube. I'll be posting on the community channel there for polls and other things like that to see what you all want. The thing is that I know what I'm going to do for October. Like this week, we're going to do Citizen Con. Next week is Citizen Con, so I won't do a captain's table. And then the week after that is going to be, I don't know yet exactly. Yeah, we don't know anything for the 18th. I think that's going to be the pub chat. That'll probably be the pub chat episode where we do where we put up a topic and then get y'all's thoughts on it. And then October 25th is going to be the 24-hour one where I stream for 24 hours and I bring guests on in rotations, and then those rotate, and then we raise money for charity while we're doing that. So. And the end of the month is going to be a surprise October one. Sadly. Are we getting a jungle swamp planet in Tech 5 for the first mention? No. Nyx does not have livable planets in it. I know everyone's like, well, neither did Pyro, now it does. That's not going to happen with Nyx. I don't see it happening because there's no reason for them to do it. You're taking the last slot as usual? It's going to be at a really odd time. It's going to be at 6 a.m. my time is to start. So the that'll be 7 a.m. Eastern. Paul, do I have a leak channel? Do you have a leak channel in your Discord? Because the sound files are hidden for normal mortal users. It's not on my Discord. It's somebody else's Discord. But that Discord, I do not know if I have the right to give it to anybody. Somebody else gave me access to that Discord. They're in this fucking chat, but I don't think it was one of those things where it's not well known. That Discord's not well known. I know Dell has access to it. I have access to it. I know Execute has access to it. It's open-ish, but like, I only knew about it because somebody else told me about it. So I don't want to like let everyone know about it because I don't know who we're allowed to talk to. Yeah. But where'd the new swamp creature biome be? Yormandi Yalakar? The Yormandi is not necessarily a swamp creature. It is simply just a snake. They would, yeah, they'd probably more like add swamps to places like Hurston than they would build a brand new building for it. Its nickname is Rock Crusher. Yeah. 6 a.m. my time is what I'm talking about. 6 a.m. my time. What's at 6 a.m. my time? That's when we're going to start the 24-hour captain's table on Saturday, October 25th. Why only tube-based monsters? Because they already have the animations for tubes. They made their animations for Valakar, so they can do more tubes. Yes, we need the Pyro Crab. Please. Really, they need the Pyro Crab and they need the Stalker, the Boreal Stalker. If they got those done, they have dog / cat / four-legged beast. They have flying with the Marok. They have tube, worm, snake creature. Then they would have the bipedal-ish, tall creature and like arachnid-ish, bug-ish thing. Storm walls are just tubes. They're tubes with pins. I think the whale is too passive for it to be a creature. It's a good background creature, but it's not a good like possible enemy creature. The crab is much more dynamic and the stalker is much more dynamic. What are the Hurston jellyfish? The blind oni crabs, the xiphopods. Man, I fucking would love them, but I don't know if CIGs can do them anymore. We need some hostile flying creatures. I rarely see the Maroks. That's probably a little difficult to do, honestly. Where did the Maroks go? They're still there a little bit. Oh, you've never heard of the Stalker and Crab? All right. the boreal stalker. The boreal stalker is not an actual creature that exists in the universe. It is a bioengineered creature that got the fuck out. It escaped before it was ready to be released. It was designed by Rayari specifically to create a predator that could handle incredibly cold environments, because for every time they terraform a planet, they needed if a planet was colder, they needed to have some sort of predator species to cull the prey species. But they had prey species that could survive the harsh climates, but not predators. So they wanted to create the perfect genetically created predator for colder environments. And then it escaped the lab. Well, multiple escaped the lab. And they live in Microtech. And knowing CIG's new lore for these things, it probably also escaped to other systems. So there's going to be versions of this that have no hair, that have less hair, that have different gills and shit like that. So then we have the Pyro Crab, aka the Whip Crab. You can tell these came out around the same time because that is what the Whip Crab looks like. It's called whip crabs because these look like whips, little tentacle things. This is even scarier. This disguises itself as a rock. So if it pulls itself in together, you cannot differentiate it from other random rocks. And knowing CIG and how fucking evil they are, it will look like rock nodes, like nodes you would mine. Yeah, the Boreal Stalker is about the size of one. This is a two-story house. This is a walking two-story house. Also, it's a hive creature that lives in swarms. So we think, based off what CIG said, that's the queen. And there are dozens, if not hundreds, of its children that you will also come to fight you. Yeah, there's two more below it that are like behind it. So this will be like the apex. Can we keep it? I would love to be able to tame them and ride them. Yes, this was released. Let me see if I can't find the actual, this is the actual video right here where they were first introduced. Brace yourself, 2020. This is a 5-year-old video. This is the actual Pyro Crab concept in terms of its size. That is the size of a human. So that's 6 feet. That knockdown's gonna be annoying. You'll be dead. Because this thing fucking schmoves. My guess is that CIG, like they did with the giant apex worm, they're probably waiting for more technology to get this in. They're also probably waiting for more Titan suits to be developed. So it's not just the ICT, but it's also the actual Titan suits. Because this thing is like begging to be fought with a mech. Well, with the power suits. Guaranteed this thing's based off the coconut crab? Oh, yeah. It's got parts of the coconut crab. It's got parts of... You can actually see it with the top. It looks very much like a horseshoe crab. So my guess is that, like the Valakar with their pearls, I'm sure that the blood of these things is like a medical serum of some kind. Oh, fuck. What if the blood of whip crabs is the basis of all regen goo? The med gel. Because for those of you who don't know, the blood of horseshoe crabs has some insane medical properties. Shut up, Paul. Did you lurk in your stream? Damn it! Listen, I've already talked about how I think that the Ranta is an isopod. So what the Ranta should do is what the isopod does. The undersea isopods do, which is burrow into undersea isopods will burrow into a fish's mouth, eat its tongue, and replace its tongue, and slowly starve the fish to death, and then lay its eggs in the dead carcass of the fish, so it erupts out of the carcass. So Rantas should do something like that, where like if you find a dead carcass in a cave, it's probably filled with Rantas. Just explodes with Rantas as you get close to it. Who hurt you as a child, Paul? I just love this kind of creepy shit, man. What's the medical stuff from the horseshoe crab? I remember it somewhere mentioning it's for vaccines. Blue blood is harvested for medical researchers to use to drug and medical device makers to test dangerous impurities in vaccines, prosthetics, and invasive drugs. Crabs are used by fishing crew to bait catch eels. So yeah, they're used in testing for vaccines and drugs and other things like that. They don't actually used in the vaccines, they're used to test vaccines. Basically, if a batch is contaminated, the blood reacts to it. Yeah. I remember hearing about that. I was like, that's neat. And reading up a little bit about it after that. I just joined. Why are we talking about the Pyro Club? Well, I was just saying that horseshoe, like there's definitely some references to like horseshoe crabs and like the top head of the crab. It's very similar. It's like the coconut crab and the horseshoe crab with a couple other things in there. So I was saying, what if the thing that you actually gather from whip crabs is their blood, because they're used for making med gel. So for like the med gel, to craft med gel, you have to get blood of whipped crabs. Mangu. So possible creature harvesting in the future for med ingredients? Oh yeah. I mean the Valakar pearls are literally referenced in lore as being the thing that's going to help stop the regen crisis. Yeah, the next creature is the one that was leaked that they actually name it in the monthly report. This is not full lore or the actual thing. I'm just saying, like, I could see that happening because if it's inspired by sea crabs and sea creatures, horseshoe crabs are very much used for medical research, so it'd be cool. The leaked stuff looks like a jungle Valakar from last year's stuff. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be a Valakar, though. It's going to use the same rigging as Valakar, but I think it's going to be a separate species. Maybe derived from the Valakar. Jormungandr or something, what they're called. You mommy? Yes. All right. Time for the capsule. Are you ready to capsule? Rock moves, ice charge, interest railgun. No, it's just the reason why you have to have a Titan suit wherever you go. So that when the rock moves, you could just hit it with your fucking railgun. Built into your size 2 railgun, built into your giant walking armor. Your Mondi? Okay. I mean, people can be hunting those things with Idrises, but all right. And then you find out the railgun destroys all the resources. CSU will make you stab it to death. Yeah, probably. All right. 3, 2, 1. Wait 1 second. Turning off all the good stuff so we have it. Okay. All right. 3, 2. Oh, welcome back. I didn't think you were going to come. I would have a little more dressed up if I knew. Welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right. Capsule. Small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, or no, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/@TheAstroPub live. And my brain's been in the captain's table mood. Join us live and join chat here for this. We have another special video for you, the one you always love, the monthly reports. So we've got the September 2025 monthly report, which we'll get right to. As always, I want to remind you that this is not a summary. This is me reading through the entirety of the monthly report, word for word, and adding context to help you understand what's being said, because sometimes they'll refer to previous reports. So if you haven't been catching up, that's what my job to do, is to give you some of that insight. With that being said, let's get started. September 2025. With the Alpha 4.3.1 Virtue's Descent live and another thrilling update this month, the Star Citizen universe has been more packed with adventure. Read on for everything done for CIG Studios throughout September in pursuit of this new content, from updated back-end code to all new missions and more. AI content. The AI content team continued to test updates to some of the landing zone NPCs, looping the QA teams in the QA teams to help stress test the setup to ensure they can take the strain of extensive use and trigger any potential issues. To make stations and cities feel more alive, the team leveraged the med station behavior used during the regen crisis. Now, shopkeepers will interact with more people frequenting their store. The team is also looking at underutilizing aspect of landing zone archetypes and are preparing. The team is also looking at an utilized aspect of landing zone archetypes and are preparing a proposal to make better use of guards. In addition to the ongoing task of setting up comms call characters for missions, the devs also started looking at mission providers in general and built a new behavior to support face-to-face interactions in the future. As somebody who used to work as a security guard for a couple of years, one of the things that would be neat is that if you could ask the security guards for directions. That's probably not in the scope of CIG right now, but that would be a nice little scope, because I can't tell you how many times people came up to me as in uniform, asked me for directions to a specific location on the grounds because they knew I knew. That's often that happens with security guards. So also, you can have different guard behaviors. Some people telling you to go, F off and that kind of thing. So asking to Hearson guards directions seems like folly. Yeah, they just probably tell you to move along or just beat you. AI features. Oh no, the addition of ongoing tasks setting up comms call characters for missions, the devs also started looking at mission providers in general, but built a new behavior to support face-to-face interactions in the future. So we're getting face-to-face interactions back. Woo! AI features. AI features updated numerous features last month, beginning with AI weapon component, which will now remain in sync with weapon statuses, allowing them to work better in unison. Support was then added for NPCs to systematically target vehicles in combat. Improvements were made to the Rocketeer behavior, allowing NPCs to switch between rocket launcher and pistol depending on the situation. Adjustments to visuals of various behaviors were made, improving cover usage and fixing multiple asserts. This isn't new. CIG has had the behavior in for NPCs pulling out special weapons for like 3 years now. They just built it for Squadron, not for Star Citizen. So this is sort of them adapting what they have for Squadron into Star Citizen, probably also adding some new updates to the Squadron-based one as well. But that is something that they've been wanting to add into Star Citizen for a while now, which is NPCs can switch to target vehicles and ships before they start actually rather than attacking players. So they can prioritize ships if you're coming in, and if they got a railgun, they're shooting you with that railgun. You can already sort of see that now, where if you land in certain places where hostile NPCs, they'll shoot at your ship. Sort of there. It's just the idea is they can have more bigger weapons. Default behaviors were then introduced to the AI, to Buddy AI, allowing NPCs to follow their leader and stay in close proximity during combat. TPS coverage along path was finalized based on feedback, while ammo looting updates were underway too. This will affect holstering and stowing primary weapons and prevent NPCs from switching to their pistols when looting if they still have primary weapon ammo. Formerly mentioned in previous monthly reports as an upcoming creature, the Yormandi now uses different fire modes in its attacks. Issues with perception giving false positives were also fixed. Further improvements are currently underway for this and existing creatures. In addition, the new functionality was added for testing first reactions by generating test call level variants, making rapid iteration testing easier for each situation. This includes testing for each reactions and animation flows. Now, they didn't actually announce the Euromandi in monthly reports. It was leaked, and now they're just talking about it because it's already out there. But the Euromandi looks like a kind of a variation on the Valacar. I don't think it is a variation of the Valacar. It looks more dragon-like than the Valacar. But it's very similar to the Swamp Valacar that we saw in that one video last year, I think. So, yeah, it's definitely gonna be there. But it's also later used, mentioned not as they mentioned the boss battle, and then they mentioned the Euromandi separately. So here, I think AI tech. September saw AI tech improve NPCs using elevators by simplifying the setup of transit carriage. Focus is currently on 3D navigation and NPCs flying ships. The team continued to improve flight pathfinder system and 3D collision avoidance using the newer voxel grid approach for custom environments. The focus is to unify the process flow with the one used for ground requests and preemptive adaptation of the pathfinder structure. This will deal with the paths generated if a spatial voxel is present. This also includes the introduction of distinct parallel jobs for search and refinement, and how the flight path is constructed. Additionally, hard turns have been introduced alongside, allowing ships to get nose on target more quickly. Development, by the way, this is something that they've been doing for a while now, is trying to improve ship pathing so it's more realistic and more reactive. They've even inputted player data into it to make it fly more like players. Development was also done on AI perception code, with the team fixing issues with knowledge escalation when seeing enemies between the primary and secondary fields of view. Direct perception was also introduced, which allows which simulates knowledge at distance. For example, when NPCs communicate via comms. This enables systemic reactions to NPCs being killed while talking, even without a direct line of sight. Improvements were then made to the way assignments were queued in relation to usable builder tool. Crashes during general use were also fixed, such as when changing alignment slots and expanding the line pop-out edit for geom and helper geom editing. Updates were made to the AI sequence system, which manages AI agent scripting in the flow graph. This enforces the validation of action sequences and ensures correct execution context is set in the systemic activities, providing a more reliable way to manually script agents and to guarantee actions are validated and executed correctly. The critical flow mode for AI agents was brushed up too. While in this mode, action execution errors are still reported, but can now be handled with specific fallback, allowing for the flow to be processed instead of failing and potentially stalling. This is still in progress and will be further enhanced going forward. StarScript improvements are still being made as the team improves the tool following feedback from devs. Finally, subsumption content data improvements were made to reduce errors going forward. AI Game Intelligence Development Team. In September, the Game Intelligence Development Team focused on completing the next milestone for Mission System 2.0. They're currently breaking down the work and discussing the best possible path to approach the implementation. They also continue to fix bugs and performance issues and worked on features suggested by the designers to improve StarScript. Animation. The animation team continued to work on upcoming creature and boss fight alongside supporting a new mission giver. Facial animation progressed to the new performances that were captured in late August. These include characters that will be present in multiple upcoming releases, including a returning air traffic control voice. Elson! That's Elson, baby! That's gotta be Elson. He's the only one who has a unique voice. Yes! Yes! We're getting the goat back. For those of you who know, Elson is the air traffic controller for Levski on Delamar in the Nyx system. If you haven't already caught on, there's a lot of leaks coming out about Nyx being the next system and being closer than everyone thinks. I don't think it's going to happen this year, but probably shortly after this year. The animation, narrative, and mocap teams also plan for their next shoot, which is to be held at the beginning of October. Art characters. Q1 2026, that would be my guess. Q1 or Q2, like towards the end of Q1, early Q2. Art characters. The character art team finalized both new armors and new gang. Work continued to polishing the Euromandi. Work also continued polishing on the Euromandi. The concept art team continued iterating on new armors. Art ships. In the UK, work continued to bring the RSI Aurora and Aegis Hammerhead up to modern standard. The Aurora progressed through the Lot 0 and final stages as improvements were made to the component bays, bed access, dashboard placement, entrance method, VTOL setup, and cargo access on the underside. So it looks like we're going to get almost a brand new ship when it comes to the Aurora coming out, but it's also done. So the Aurora might actually see a release, the new updated Aurora might actually see a release in CitizenCon or IAE if it's done. For the Hammerhead, focus was on implementing improvements made in the base corridor kit from recent Idris releases, alongside making sure the component bays and relays are suitably placed and accessible. The Paladin progressed through the Lot 0 phase, with final adjustments being made on the main quad turret to ensure its movement is unhindered in both flight and landed states. Downstream teams kicked off their work on the ship too. So was a leak, a potential leak of the Paladin being released soon, like CitizenCon or IAE. I'm beginning to wonder whether it is CitizenCon, because the Paladin going through Lot 0 is fine, but Lot 0, not out of Lot 0. So it releasing in 2 weeks seems a little fast. So we're probably not going to see it come out in 2 weeks. Then again, I don't think we'll have 423 out until later this month. So like after CitizenCon. So they may introduce it at CitizenCon and then release it then, but we'll see. Not sure if Downstream is just getting to it. Yeah, but it'll be out probably by IAE. So what we could have seen, what we saw may have been IAE rather than being CitizenCon. They may still sell it at CitizenCon, and that's why it's called work in progress. The Miss Colby is now well into white box phase. The majority of the interior was implemented into the required level, while adjustments are currently being made to the exterior mesh to meet the gate requirements. Following last month's work, the Drake Ironclad and Ironclad Assault, plus the updated command module, are approaching their combined white box gate review. Again, I've said this before, but it ain't coming out this year, y'all. The Ironclad is not coming out until next year, probably next Invictus, because if it's just getting to white box, it still needs another 2 to 3 months to get to gray box, to get out of white box through gray box, and then another 2 to 3 months to get through gray box to Lot 0. So like June seems to be about the right release. Four unannounced ship vehicles also continued development throughout September. The first is approaching its Lot 0 review, while the second progressed through its Lot 0 gate and is now in its final stage. That almost certainly is the miner, or the salvager, the base salvager. That's probably coming out. That could also be the Vandal Stinger, though, to be honest. The third, a variant of the popular recent release, is receiving Graybox and LOD work in tandem due to the nature of the changes. The fourth passed its Graybox review in early September, with Lot 0 work due in early October. Some of the downstream teams began their tasks too. North American teams began the month finalizing fixes for the RSI Apollo ships ahead of their release. Various optimizations were made following player use in the PTU. Lot 0 for the Perseus was also passed early in the month, with the team moving into final touches and downstream teams beginning to close out the ship. The Perseus may actually release at CitizenCon, but we'll see. The white box phase officially kicked off for the Drake Kraken in the latter half of the month. Last month's pre-production phase led to numerous improvements and adjustments to navigation flow and interactions throughout the ships. Two unannounced vehicles progressed too. One moved through gray box phase, while the second entered white box. Community. The team kicked off the month with the grand finale of this year's Ship Showdown, where the RSI Polaris claimed the crown. To honor the champion, all backers will receive an in-game commemorative Polaris-themed holographic banner at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. The Anvil Asgard, the Anvil Gladiator, and the RSI Zeus Mark II ES rounded out the top four. All four will receive 2955 Best in Show paints and posters at IAE. Ship Showdown was not the only race to reach its conclusion. The race for Stanton also concluded crowned its champion, with Hurston Dynamics amassing a staggering 337,131,104 SCU to secure victory, followed by Microtech, Crusader, and ArcCorp. Pirate Week sailed into port as the crew and Corsairs proudly flew their colors in the pirate flag design contest. The team charted the course for the treasure map hunt by crafting riddles and clues sent players searching across Stanton and Pyro, while each This Week in Star Citizen during the event spotlighted a pirate organization. Cops, Kings of the Pyro System. To support the release of Alpha 431 Virtue's Descent, the team planned a catch-all post, updated the Onyx Facilities FAQ, and released a dedicated Q&A for the newly flyable RSI Apollo. They also worked closely with internal teams to track sentiment and community feedback, ensuring community notes landed in the right developer hands. The team also continued their evergreen tasks, which included publishing This Week in Star Citizen, bi-weekly roadmap updates and roundups, and the other updates such as monthly reports like this one. They also gathered pressing questions from the community, followed up with developers, and assembled Comms Drive number 3, which provided detailed answers on topics ranging from ship lights to upcoming UI improvements. The Bar Citizen World Tour made 2 exciting stops in Lisbon, Portugal, and Rome, Italy. We had an incredible time connecting with the community in Portugal and Italy, both of which hosted incredible events. Community team. Finally, CitizenCon Direct 2955 is almost here. The team is working closely with community organizers on several CitizenCon Direct watch parties, with key members of CIG attending events across North America and Europe. Be sure to check out locations and join the celebration. This is where I'm going to pause and say, if you are in Texas or nearby Texas, and you'd like to come down to the watch party here in Austin, we will have members of CIG here. It's one of the places where they're sending it. We will have, I always forget Elston's last name, but the head of the North American ship team will be there, as well as Xylo, Captain Xylo, the Tyler Whitkin, who's the CIG community lead. And so we are working closely. Who are they? What do you mean? CIG people? Oh, the team is working closely with community organizers on several CitizenCon Direct watch parties. That's who they're talking about. We're talking about me. Me and the Bar Citizen guys, a lot of the Bar Citizen organizers, the Texas Bar Citizen organizers, that kind of thing. So I was wondering what you're talking about. It's like, did I say something wrong? But no. You can look it up on the announcement for the watch parties. It does cost money to go to do the Austin watch party. It's going to be at Pinballs here in Austin, but it's like $10. So you can come down, join us, hang out with some CIG members, talk with myself and Solus and DJ Knight and a couple other people. So there we go. All right, core gameplay. As part of the ongoing medical gameplay improvements, the team provided support for the bespoke take and place animations and reworked the implementation of players clearing their respawn point in vehicles. Bug fixes were implemented for the medical screen, along with improved validation to make it easier to spot errors. Tiered medical bed spawn ranges were re-implemented for a more robust compatibility with server meshing. Additionally, new controls were exposed to the designers that allow them to control healing costs per medical bed tier, while additional data was exposed to the UI designers to add new information to the medical screens. For engineering, the team continued iterating on playtest feedback and hardening the feature ahead of wider scale testing. The vehicle command module feature continued through its pre-production phase, with the devs completing the prototype and technical design. Additional debug tooling revealed various issues with the underlying docking system, prompting an effort to fix critical flow issues. Flight gameplay also progressed throughout September. AI can now correctly utilize control surfaces in atmosphere and adhere to their velocity goals. Annunciators are no longer required to be attached to a dashboard to be functional, allowing for more flexibility in cockpit design. The team also prepared for focus testing of the improved flight model. The ongoing inventory rework progressed with the implementation of equipment and equipped item slots. Further functionality was added to Paper Doll UI and search bar. The team also exposed controls to help design define the rules for proximity looting. Pretty light, but there's some big stuff in there. The vehicle command stuff is already in prototyping phase. And then the control surfaces for in-atmosphere for AI. And that's been going off. They've been talking about that for a while now, but the AI using control surfaces. That was like the last major hurdle, I think, for them to start trying to implement AI or implement surfaces for players. So, yeah, and then they're also working on the inventory rework. And we actually, in some of the leaks from 4.3.2, indicate that a lot of stuff is already being set up for an inventory for the new inventory. So they're already pre-planning like tier and quality and all that kind of stuff we know is coming with crafting. That's already being repackaged in the game right now. All right, economy. The economy team began this month exploring how to make the player's impact on freelancing commodity trading more impactful and longer lasting. In the process, they adjusted offer and demand at some locations while tuning profits to fit the current level of economy. The team then evaluated the data on the drop rates of some rare items and made them more prevalent. The cargo manifests found in spawned ships were also redesigned so their value doesn't undermine the intended gameplay for certain missions. Mission design. Mission design began September, finalizing the last narrative mission for the ASD facilities before looking forward for the rest of the year's content. They also began removing old factions players will no longer work with and reorganizing the ones they will. Alongside this, the team reviewed bounty missions and added comms notifications for mission provider. This is part of the ongoing initiative to bring older missions up to standard. Mission design also worked alongside engineering to solve long-standing issues with spawn closets that made more fixes to the mission generation systems. Is that a dog? Trying to see what's inside there. In September, the narrative team focused on tasks to help close out the rest of the year strongly. They focused on crafting scripts that will add additional dynamic conversations, a new Kovalex mission representative, vendors, and customers to the game, and spent time generating mission text and lore discoverables for several upcoming events. I like that. I like this. Narrative then worked alongside the environment art team and branding teams on the signage and environment storytelling for several incoming levels. Time was also spent planning narrative initiatives for next year. This was an excellent opportunity to learn from the recent releases and continue to strengthen the player's narrative experiences across the game. So, yeah, effectively, for those of you who don't know, there is a lot of like hidden lore bits inside ASD. There's like, they now have all of the audio files working, so you can walk around, and if you find an audio tablet, you can click on it and you can learn a lot about the various motivations of Yorit and ASD and what they're doing. So, online technologies. Last month, the Live Tools team updated the error reporting pipeline, including moving Panic migration from Heap to Laravel. The Panic web app tool can now configure stream settings, removing dev time by allowing users to define the configuration of each stream themselves. Symbolizer was also rewritten to be event-driven, making it more stable and scalable. Progress was made on a new web app to configure Bootstrap settings, which will provide more accessibility display for its users. For Hex, implementation began of the audit log UI that will extend the system's filtering and sorting capabilities. Concepting for Hex 4.0 continued too. Online services team continued to work on item recovery and blueprint service alongside continued bug fixing and support. So for those of you who missed last month, The Blueprint Service is a new system that they're building specifically to support blueprints, how they're applied and how they're attached to player profiles. They had an entire prototype that was built, and they're now working from that prototype to actually make the final version. So that's a great indication of saying that like crafting is still a ways away. We're probably looking at another 9 to 12 months before crafting is fully implemented, but they are also working pretty hard. So R&D. In September, the R&D team's focus remained exclusively on analyzing performance and optimizing engine and game code. That has been the R&D line every single month for the entire month. All of it. So what that should tell you is that CIG is currently working hard on the engine, because that is the main focus for Squadron, trying to get engine optimizations and working. VFX. For Alpha 432, VFX finished their tasks for ASD locations and the final event work, while the RSI Apollo Triage and Medevac received their VFX passes. Production continued on the Euromandi and its related locations too. Locations. VFX passes also began for vehicles coming later in the year, alongside pre-production for upcoming locations and missions starting the next week or so. So, the big thing. Euromandi. Let me see if I can find... I think I have an image of the Euromandi, and I'll bring it up for y'all. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'll find it and I'll post it up here. So in the edit, so you'll see the Euromandi. So that's what it's going to look like for those of you watching this afterwards. It's clearly a big thing. We don't know exactly when it's going to release, but and I mentioned earlier, it's sort of like the Swamp Valacar, but its nickname. Oh, I found it. Hold on, I found it. There we go. So this is the head of the Euromandi. And this is its actual shape. He flat. He very flat. But yeah, that's the Euromandi. It's also known, its nickname in the files is Rock Cracker. So it's probably not a swamp creature as much as it's a underground creature. So yeah, classic worm, WYRM. Yeah. So the Euromandi is obviously a thing they've been working on for a while, and it's going to have some big event in this year. Plus, they've been talking about this boss battle for several months. So boss battle story along with Euromandi is going to be somewhere. Euromandi is mentioned, or at least hinted at, in the ASD facilities, so it could re-involve the ASD facilities in some way. But the other thing is just mostly just flight stuff, a lot of ship related stuff. The Aurora is basically done with its rework, and what is it? The Hammerhead is also almost done with its rework. And then they've got several ships, including obviously a salvage ship because of all the salvage changes they've made. It's probably at least one, if not two salvage ships, which will be out. Plus all of the ones, if you looked at my other ones about the leaks, those are all pretty big. That's pretty much it. There's the new gang, which has been leaked as well in terms of the gang. The gang is almost certainly the Not the Shattered Blade, which is nice, but not the Shattered Blade. Almost certainly it's the Dead Saints. Because the Dead Saints are Ticia Pacheco's gang. Which, at least as far as I know in lore, are part of the Ortani Syndicate. But that may have changed, so we'll see. So yeah, that's the monthly report. It's a little light, but this is also the last or the second to last. No, this is the second to last. The second to last monthly report we're going to get for the year. So with everything coming on with CitizenCon, and then we'll get a bunch of reveals at IAE and such. So keep noted. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Like I always say, if you did enjoy this, hit that like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified of these release. And as always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Am I being optimistic? Are you seeing patterns that I'm not seeing? Let me know in the comments below. And join us live, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Join chat and our discussions. We talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more on the office hours. I also play the game. I play the game on Saturdays before the Captain's Table. I play the game with my organization. I stream it as well on Sundays, and then sometimes I'll even play it on Mondays. So I do play the game as well. I don't just talk about it. So come join me there as well. And like I say every time, as always, hope to see you someday in the black. And we're done. He doesn't really want to hear your thoughts. Some of you are sickos. Someone got mad about no crafting for 12 months. Totally no way we get next before dynamic meshing. No, but I don't think that dynamic meshing is that far away. Dynamic meshing in like February or March doesn't like freak me out. Also, CIG is doing an absolute fuck ton behind the scenes to add audio files, to add like lore details, to add. There's a ton of things that have been in the files that talk about the Shattered Blade, that talk about, you know, the Van Duel, and like all of this stuff. The People's Alliance of Levski. They're fucking actively adding shit into the files. So if they're actively adding shit in the files, it is going to be coming soon. Like 6 months. And the only way they would be doing this in the first place if they thought that dynamic meshing would be done in 6 months. We'll see if we get an update on DSM at CitizenCon. Otherwise, I think they'll put it in without DSM. We'll see. No crafting or base building? Nope. Base building is going to take a long time. We don't even have engineering in. Before we can get crafting or base building, we need engineering and we need scanning. Those are two important things. Plus ground mining to be able to just absorb stuff from the ground, and refining. Now they're working on that direction. They're moving in that direction. But CIG is working on CIG time. So it is what it is. Still don't we need scanning because next to the dark clouds? No, because it's the same reason why we didn't have the pyro bursts in pyro, because they didn't have engineering. I wish Delamar was still a planetoid. I like that it's an asteroid. It's nice. What's the lowdown on Levski? Why is was fan fave? I didn't really start playing heavily until I took it out. See if I can find an old video of Levski. Okay, I found one that's, I'm gonna mute it. That's not it. Okay, Law of the West is pretty good on this one. This is released 11 months ago. Nope, that is still the updated. This was released Crash Academy did this 7 years ago. Okay. So you see this. So it was called lag ski for a reason. But this was the like hangers is what they look like. What was the video on Levski? Let's look at. Well, I like the level, the like surface level of this, where like you kind of like walking around and seeing it. So got the use button. No. This is after the use button was gone. I think this is from 3.0, which was 7 years ago. God, the old Mobiglass. I don't remember it looking like that. All the glitching is because it's loading in the entirety of Levski. And it killed him. All right, so this is the like intro area of Levski, so you can kind of get an idea. That big circular area, that's where you'd walk in for Elson. Elson was his name. And there. This is the thing that made me fall in love with Levski. Right here. Right as you enter at customs, remember Anthony Tanaka. Just fucking taking lore and punching you in the face with it. It's a guy, like a worker minder holding a dead kid. like immediately telling you what's happening in this area. That's why I like how they added the mural to Newski. Yeah, with the like the little worker thing. They better keep the fucked statue. They better improve the statue. This is from 2000. This is from 7 years ago. So 2018. Go down to the Grand Barter. Physicalized elevator. That was all the shit. When they first showed this off, they showed the elevator, the freelancer flying down the hole with the elevator. You could see the freelancer, and he's like, see, you can see each other. Because No Man's Sky had just released, and it was a big scandal that No Man's Sky said it was multiplayer, but it was actually not, because you couldn't actually see other people in the same place, even though you were in the same place. Does your armor look better? It's the same armor. I guess literally the orc armor is what he has on. Welcome to the Grand Barter. That whole area down there is a kiosks that you can go to buy stuff. It seems crisp. It's about the same on my screen. Might just be the quality of the recording, even though it's like absolute dog performance. Oh yeah, Contentious Objects was pretty good. As I've said, I'm going home. Levski comes back, I'm going home. I mean, Berea, Magnus is home, but until Magnus comes in, Levski's home. The guy's playing with 2 to 6 FPS, yes. There's a reason why we used to call it Lagski, because it used to lag the shit out of the game. Back in my day, 10 to 15 episodes was a good day. Yeah. Just like I still call new Babbage new laggage. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about it. Is if you actually look at the floors, there's garbage everywhere on the floor. It's actually clean. It's got some graffiti bits here and there, but it's clean. It's well maintained, and I think that's going to keep the look, because Nyx is sort of run down, but it's going to look run down but well maintained compared to Pyro, which is a shithole. honestly, I hope they actually make it a little bit more old looking rather than just run down, but like less run down and more old. So less ad hoc solutions and more temporary solutions that became permanent solutions. Sure. This is from Crash Academy, who was a fairly big content creator back then. I think they stopped making content since then, though. Welcome to Nyx is better than Pyro. Even when Castra comes in, I'm still staying in Nyx. Castra's nice. Castra's gonna be fucking nice. It's gonna be really nice. But also very brutal because it's a military base. Too much UE and Castra? Yeah. And then you've got Terra. Now, I do 100% believe that going forward, all IAE celebrations are going to take place in Castra. Once Castra is released, all IAE celebrations will be in Castra. It just makes sense. Former military base, big fuck around find out cannons. Perfect. Is he German? Yeah, he does German and French, I believe. I know he does German. Just German. Oh yeah, Invictus, not IAE. All IAE is going to be on Terra. Like, Stanton is going to get fucking shafted once Terra and Castra are out. Ooh. Oh, where's IAE held in lore? Yeah, there's a specific location. I have to look it up because it's a, I always forget the name of the place. Kiel, the Severus, on Severus and Kiel. Kiel 3 specifically. Ares City. Basically, Kiel is a former military base, military location, and so they had this giant military base that they didn't know what to do with after the Messer era. So they just turned it into a giant expo hall. But yeah, the rotating, like the sort of like satellite stuff that we've been having in the Stanton system is sort of just like a satellite location. You know how E3 used to be in like multiple different locations. It wasn't just one because we had different satellite locations. That kind of idea. We need Elder Scroll like books with bits in the verse with bits of lore. Yes, we do. What's the biggest ship that can enter Atmo? All ships can enter Atmo. Once. As far as we know, the Javelin is the Idris is the largest capital ship that can enter Atmo intentionally and leave. The Javelin can, in theory, enter some low gravity areas and leave, but it's iffy. So no, the Bengal couldn't dock at Sherman, but it would be able to dock at the orbital platform. Now, I don't know if they'll do that. They might, but the orbital, they describe the LEO station around Sherman as a platform, not as a station. So I'm imagining like a giant flat place with different like buildings on top of it. After the incident, the Flysa entered the Atmo and Daymar and couldn't escape something and crashed. Yeah. Well, Daymar is a unique example. The reason why it crashed wasn't necessarily because it couldn't handle the gravity. It's because its engines exploded. It overheated its engines going in, and then an explosion happened where bits of the debris from the ship went into the engine intakes of the Javelin and caused a fire and caused several of the engines to overheat and explode. Well, light on fire, and they just didn't have enough juice to get out. Like Citadel Station from KOTOR 2? Possibly. Well, I guess it would be sort of like an orbital plate. Which are giant rings, so maybe. So I just about ran out of ammo during a bunker in Star Citizen just now. Yeah. Wait, there's a crash Bengal on Daymar? Javelin. It's called the UES Flysa. Yeah, there is. You can actually find it. There is a wreck of a Javelin that you have to know where to get there, but it's there. All right, I'll be right back. It's because Dave, the chosen one of Daymar Dune people, crashed with his mind powers. No, it was Scooter's cousin.
Genesis. Barcelona. Dance. Barcelona. 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 Barcelona.
Distress bacon.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Weapons free, y'all.
They just kept spawning and the mission kept saying additional targets detected. I'm super excited for the new Expanse game. There's no probably. We know the initial order. It's Nyx, Castra, Terra. Nyx is basically done and has been done in terms of like physically for a bit. There's a difference between done and done. It's done as in like it's completed, but in terms of its completion, it wasn't finalized. But like they had Levski and Delamar and probably the planets, the moons, like crafted. They just needed to add the details to them. If you had to pick a new capital for humanity, where would it be? And it can't be Solar Terra. Magnus. Bremen. Bremen's another good choice. Stanton size? Nyx is pretty small. It's 11.2 AU. It's bigger than Stanton, but not by much. I think Stanton is like 4 AU. Yeah, 4. So it's about twice, a little over twice the size of Stanton. To give context, Pyro is 9 AU. So it's bigger than Pyro. Likely it's going to get smaller. My guess is Nyx will end up being about the same size as Pyro. Because Pyro was originally 15 AU. Why Magnus? Because I'm a absolute...
Kuvi Pretas and giving perspective on the la ordinary extra lizard. Kuvi Pretas restarigi wine attend on the la ciutaga alla plaj altage lizard. The Impresa lizard, Necredebla lizard, Geese Necampebla lizard crusader vocals. Kuvi nur volas pasigila tagan saltetont inter nuboj kun la lizard. Omal strishiji apadla senfina lizard the green circle. Kun navadoj alvanantaj ciutage, kion vi attenders, benu, visitu lizard la lizard en la nuboj.
Welsh origin with lizards? Is that Welsh or is that Esperanto? Thank you, Iris. Why Magnus? Because I am absolutely biased as shit. And Magnus is the home of Drake. Berea is based, so fuck you. Or add more planets? Nah, they probably won't. There's no real need to add planets into Nyx because it's not really its vibe. They'll be mostly focusing on asteroids. Maybe some moons. Because there's no moons for the gas giant, so it might have some moons in the future. Do you think they'll make more Kruger ships by the time Castra is out? Yeah, probably. Oh, Dracom? I'm in. Yeah. If I recall correctly, it's the new Nyx size, so I don't think it'll change again. So it'll be bigger than Pyro. It'll be interesting. Pretty much, Stanton is the smallest system in the UE. I don't think there's another system that's smaller than Stanton. Maybe Null. Because it's a planet. What was the logic for choosing Stanton to sell to the Corpos? It was a new, faster route between Sol and Terra through the Stanton system, so they had to keep the Stanton system under their control. And they were dealing with a local insurgent population that was actively controlling, well, maybe not insurgent, but a local population they were trying to displace, which if they didn't keep a military presence there, then they would actively take it over and possibly disturb the trade, which I believe is the Dusters. I think the Dusters are the descendants of those original populations. And then you had so they had to keep military there. So it was expensive. And they were trying to figure out if anyone wanted to settle the planets because there were 4 super Earths. Or 3 super Earths. And they said no one was interested because it was sort of in a bad economic time when it was discovered. So they kind of had to like wing it. And ArcCorp was the one who came to them first and said, hey, can we buy a continent on one of those planets? And the UEE was like, you want to buy a continent? ArcCorp's like, yeah, making fusion engines is very dirty and it kills a lot of people. And nobody really wants to have the planet that is highly irradiated from our antimatter plants. So could we like buy a continent here just to like do what we want with it and make our plants? And that's when the UE was like, solution, let's sell you the whole planet. And when ArcCorp was like, sure, then they approached other companies who they knew had fuck tons of money, like Hurston, Crusader, and Microtech, and sold them on it as well. As a result, the money came in directly from the companies to the UEE, who then was able to use it as a cash injection for the rest of the empire to pull them out of a recession. Sounds like a lot like the Louisiana Purchase, only if the Louisiana Purchase was specifically given restrictions. Like the Stanton system cannot get representation in the UEE. None of the planets can, and the corporations are required to police the whole thing so that the UE doesn't have to send advocacy agents into the system. Now, the advocacy does have a presence in the system, but it's Dooley. Dooley is the only presence in the system. She is the chief, the special agent in charge. So. By the way, Paul, thank you. I had a good night. I've had a few drinks and playing God of War Ragnarok and enjoying your stream. Thank you. Then they gave the Crusader a planet and the UE is regretting it. Have you ever asked CIG if you could do lore recordings for Galactopedia in game? Sounds like it'd be a good side job gig for you. Nah, I don't want to take away the job of a real voice actor. What I want them to do is to give Trendane or Meyer the job of doing the Galactopedia recordings, because both of them are professional voice actors and big fans of Star Citizen. Trendane did the fucking main bad guy voice for the BattleTech game. Like he played antagonist there. He's done some other stuff like that too. So why did the UE regret selling Crusader a planet? Because Crusader is incompetent. Yeah. Both of them are big fans of Star Citizen, and they've been fans of Star Citizen for a long time, so throw them a bone. Like, they're there. Any chance we can see his character crossover from Squad 42? I mean, yeah. It depends on, I don't know if Special Agent in charge of the Odin system, Trejo, Agent Trejo, if she survives Squad 42 or not, but if she does, she could easily be a crossover. Not the Torian douche, the guy who did the coup to create the directorate. That's the guy he played. Would we meet Bishop at some point in Star Citizen at some point? Maybe. The uncle, yeah. The old man, yeah. Oh no, you mean old man? Will we see him at some point? No, we're probably not going to see the old man. I cannot say anything else without giving spoilers. Hello, I have a lore question. Did the members of the Mezzer family tend to prefer banana sundaes or root beer floats? Which kills more people? I'd like to see can open cat girls in the verse. Yes. Banana sundaes, then banana sundaes. There's two answers to what a Mezzer would do. What kills more people and what's more distinctly human? What would make them seem more human and more relatable? I think banana sundaes is the answer. It's much more classic. No, they loved killing people, and they also loved to seem like they're more human, even though they were monsters. Are there any Mezzers still alive? Possibly. Fiona Mezzer. Fiona Mezzer is the sister of Linton Mezzer, the last Mezzer imperator. She dis-a-fucking-peared at the end of the Mezzer era. We don't know where she went. My theory is that she's still alive in cryo storage. Some loyalist ushed her around and put her in cryo storage, and there's going to be a plot point at some point in Star Citizen's future where Fiona Mezzer is brought back from the dead, brought back from cryostasis, and leads a revolution to try to overthrow the UEE. How long ago was this? 160 years ago? In lore? 160, 170 years ago? After making a terrorist murder squad to kill her brother, too. Well, to be fair, that terrorist murder squad went on a fucking... went rogue and did it anyways without her approval. Was she hot? This plays heavily into my loyalty choices. All I gotta show you this is Ivar Messer. This is what he looked like. This is her, like, several great-grandfather. If you believe this man looks attractive, it's likely his children are also attractive. So, probably. Is there a video to get started on your lore channel if I wanted to start learning the lore of Star Citizen? There are multiple. There are 3 that I would suggest. The Beginner's Guide to Star Citizen Lore.
Them biddies.
Did you hear about the article where they confirmed Anastasia Romanov did not survive the revolt? She was in a mass grave, IIRC.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, that was 100% true. Here you go. There you go. There's the link for those of you who are interested in starting on that. It's 8 minutes. It gives you the good blow by blow, but I fucked up and said the Crusader is the 3rd planet and ArcCorp is the 2nd, and people got mad at me. You know how fucked up this is? My video released 5 years ago on this topic has more views than the official Star Citizen lore video on the Castra system. Why is the current Imperator offering to nix UE membership, at least according to leaks? Wouldn't she know that they'd shoot her down instantly? I think she's banking on their cowardice, because the thing about the People's Alliance of Levski is that they're very much cowards. They are afraid, they're probably more afraid of the Vanduul than the UEE, and so there's at least going to be some internal strife between the UEE or between inside the People's Alliance, because some people will be like, the UEE is going to protect us from the Vanduul, and the other people will be like, the UEE is only going to protect the fucking UEE. They don't give a shit. This is just their attempt to try to gain some advantage somewhere else. So Fiona Messer is the murder child. Yes, she did the original coup against her father when she was 12. I think she was in her early 20s when the anti-Messer revolution happened, so she was still fairly young. I mean, to be fair, Paul, this is the first time many of us are finding out they have an official video. Yeah, they have. It's called Loremaker's Guide to the Galaxy. They've been doing them. They did them like many years. There's 54 videos. The 12-year-old got a bunch of rebels together and then had special forces teach them how to do asynchronous warfare. And then had those very rebels blow up a stadium full of people to distract her father, and then kill her father. And then her brother took over power, and then she plotted against her brother with those very same pet terrorists that she built. Then those pet terrorists went off the fucking chain and started doing a revolution on their own to kill her brother, and she panicked. It's not the Star Citizen or the AC Valhalla character? I don't know. What do you think your daily life in the verse will look like in 2042 when the game releases? Let's see, 2042, I will be in my 50s. I couldn't tell you. By that time, I'll probably already have a kid who's off in college. If any of us are still alive. All right, y'all. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes. It's almost midnight here. I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Like I say every time, I'll be back tomorrow with some pub and plays with Loken. I don't know what we'll be playing. I might browbeat him into doing Jump Ship, but we'll see. And then I will be back on Saturday with Captain Stable. Captain Stable specifically with Solus. It's going to be about an hour later than usual. We're going to be talking about CitizenCon, expectations, reality, that kind of stuff. And then keep an eye out for the Hurston video. I'm going to do my best to get this released this week. I'm at the point where I just need to start collecting, to finish up the recording and start collecting footage inside Hurston itself to get footage for the video, so I can get a little bit better than just static pictures and such. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday. Black.